I don't know.
Are you streaming?
I don't know.
Should I check? Yep.
I'm streaming?
You're streaming.
You all see me? Oh my goodness, that was painful. Oh, hello everyone. I had just a temporary moment of panic because I couldn't get it to go live, but I'm here. Oh my goodness. All right, so Kelly, are you seeing any comments? Are you seeing people showing up? Whew. I think I just sweat like 20 pounds off of my pits. That's where I'm at. All right, how about hearing me? Could everybody hear me? Hopefully everybody is hearing me okay. Hopefully. What do you say, Kelly? Are they hearing me? They seeing me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Yay! All right, so breathing now. How's everybody doing? I know that many of you kind of jumped in last minute to get some fun time with this painting weekend, and that's totally okay. We are going to be recording this, so if you have to jump in and out, it's totally okay. It will not screw anything up, and this video will be available to you now that I actually got on. That was a 7 minutes of hell. And by the way, guys,
hi.
Kelly's here with us.
Hello.
I really wish I could see the chat, but I guess I can't see the chat. Let's see if I can get that chat. Maybe not. Oh, who cares? As long as we got the video screen, I guess. Ooh-wee. All right. Yeah, I think I had the chat pulled out. No, I don't want to send feedback. That's just crazy talk. Live chat, pop out chat. It's probably going through YouTube anyway. Is it going through like the actual YouTube page? Yeah. All right, so I'm just going to need you to shout it out to me when anybody has any kinds of things to say, because I'm going to get to the busy work of painting. And so I decided to start off today with a Frida Kahlo. I'm moving you a little bit closer. So I didn't send out an image of Frida Kahlo, but this is the image that I'm going to be working from. Literally, if you type in the words Frida Kahlo and look at images, you will find this. She's actually bright green and pinks and reds. I've printed her off in black and white, but she looks like this when you look her up on the internet. So if you want to print that out, if you just want to have that nearby, a lot of times people just want to watch too as I paint. That's totally okay. I did sketch her out. This is a 16 by 20. You by no means need to paint with me, or do you need to paint on a 16 by 20? But I wanted to make sure no matter what I did, you could see what I was doing and it was large enough.
What did you use to sketch on your canvas?
Very good question. So those of you that have taken some of my classes, you know that I swear by a projector because I don't really like to draw. I just like to paint. So I've taken a Neocolor 2. This happens to be a darker one than I usually use because I wanted you to also be able to see it. Typically, I'll use like a yellow ochre or a light brown Neocolor 2. Since it's water-based, it'll kind of come off. When you're painting, it won't leave a hard line like a pencil or a charcoal. And then I took the projector and projected the image onto the canvas. The projector that I use is a HomePow, and I might have Kelly drop a link in if you can. The Amazon link is on my website. When you go to shop, you can find it in there. But if you use those links, then I get like a little bit of kickback if you choose to purchase the projector. But I use a projector. I looked long and hard for a projector I could use my phone with, because a lot of times I have images on my phone before I have just like printed out images. And I wanted to be able to use it in class so students, if they had images, they can connect it to their phone. So this one happens to be something that can connect to a phone, Android or iPhone. So my Amazon affiliate link.
Yeah, I got it. What am I dropping?
If you go into Studio and Technology in there, you can just click that whole thing in there, and just that whole shop link.
I'm rusty.
You're what?
I'm rusty, but it's coming back.
Nice. All right. I don't know how many people are in there now. Do you happen to be able to see that?
Yes. There are 20.
Oh, nice. I saw Ellen before. I wonder if she's still in there.
Yep.
All right, so I have a couple things I'm going to do. I think we should talk a little bit about color mixing, but I also wanted to talk, I don't want to just go in and paint this. I want to do some stenciling too in the background. I thought that might be fun. So number one, if you see the image, and I'll take this off right here. If you see this image, this is the image that we're going to be working from. This kind of gives you an idea of color palette, but I don't really like to be stuck to a color palette. So a lot of times when I'm looking at value or anything like that, I want to be interpretive with my own colors too, even though I think I might do it green because I do like that color. But I just wanted you to see what we have. I'm going to be painting in acrylic, unless you're like, Donna, you have to paint in oil at some point, but basically I've set up to paint in acrylic. I'm going to do some skin tone color mixing. Those of you that have taken my workshops, you know that I believe 100% in creating value in your work. So I'm just going to be creating a little skin tone value scale. I'm going to put the camera on my workspace so you can see me mixing colors. This will be a great time as you're seeing me mixing. If you want to ask questions, like I said, Kelly is here so she can relay any of the questions while I continue to keep painting and mixing. But a lot of times people really want to know what colors are you mixing for skin tone or how are you mixing and all of that. So I'm going to kind of move you over here so that I can show you how I'm mixing. I'm going to make sure my cord comes with me because I almost just took down everything.
Now, but Ellen asked, but the projector only really works if you're working larger. Is this correct?
Well, this is a 16 by 20, so I was able to see it really good. I've worked at 8 by 10s. Now it gets a little bit blurry because really the projector is meant to project like a movie. Anything smaller than a 16 by 20 gets a little bit pixelated, but certainly good enough to see. So I've done little tiny canvases, even the cardinals that we did in the painting class, which were on a 12 by 12, and they were kind of small themselves. So yeah, yes, it gets a little blurry, but you could totally work around it. All right, so this is where I've got my paint mixing going on here. I'm going to grab a palette. Of course, I'm kind of trapped here by the camera. I'm going to work on a glass palette. I don't know if any of you do work on a glass palette. I know typically for acrylic, people don't. They work on palette pads. I'm going over here to get a couple palette knives, so I hope you can hear me. All right, so I am going to be working on a glass palette, but I'm showing you what you can be working on if you're like a palette pad just for color mixing. I end up with the least amount of space possible, so I just keep moving things around. I also have my Stay Wet palette out too because if I'm working all day, I want to keep my paint wet. So I have set up my Stay Wet palette. If you don't know what one is, it's basically, I like to call it a fancy Rubbermaid. But it's got a little sponge in it that keeps the paper moist, and the paper itself is wet before I kind of come to it because the moisture in the paper, the moisture in the sponge keeps the paint wet. Especially acrylic. It'll keep acrylic paints wet for up to 3 weeks. So that's huge, especially if you live in the desert. All right. So let's talk about skin tones. I've got a bunch of different colors here. I've got burnt umber, raw umber. I've got some yellow ochre somewhere here, but I also brought out some raw sienna because they're very similar. So depending on what you have. I have some cadmium red, but I actually kind of second guessed myself and went for some primary magenta because I feel like she's got a rosy skin tone and that might lend itself to that. I've got some Titan Buff and some titanium white. So yeah, it's a lot of colors here, but I've got basically 2 dark browns, raw umber and burnt umber. The difference between those really is the warm and the cool. So if you want somebody to have a warmer skin tone, you want to have a burnt umber. A raw umber is going to be cooler, but it's also darker. So sometimes I just want a little darker area too. So I'm just going to put these out and then kind of start mixing and see what we get. I will oftentimes put out a little bit more paint than I need. I tend to do that. Those of you that watch Inspiration Wednesday, you've seen me with gesso, so you know I cannot be trusted. I'm going to go with the raw sienna here because it was open. Titan Buff. Anybody saying anything over there?
Good.
We're good? All right. Titanium white. Use a lot of titanium white. You could also use gesso for this. A lot of times I'll use gesso just because it's cheaper than white paint. Brand doesn't really matter, especially for what we're doing today. This is that primary magenta. This is not a go-to. Typically I use cadmium red, but I figure the skin tone might lend benefit from a little bit cooler. And I'm also going to take, not regular gel medium, I want some heavy gel medium. I've got to find it. Don't worry. Here we are. So heavy gel matte. So this makes your paint thicker. I kind of like that. So I've been doing this a lot lately, and I think it comes from just loving oil paint and the texture I can get with oil paint. But I fall short in acrylics, so this is one of the ways that I add a little bit of texture. There's a lot of ways to do it, but I'm going to use the heavy gel. Now, it doesn't matter if you have matte or gloss. That's just the sheen that's on it. And what's going to happen is I'm going to make paint, and then I'm going to double the amount of paint because I have this medium here, which is kind of a fun thing too. And you think you've not made enough paint, put some medium in it, which is just clear, extra heavy-bodied acrylic paint. All right, so I'm going to start dark to light. So I'm going to mix some colors here. And I like to make what I call a mother color. A mother color is basically the heart of all the colors, where they come from. And I mixed some of the burnt umber. I mixed some of the raw sienna and some of that primary magenta. So I don't just have a dead color. I want to have something that's a little bit rosier. And if it's too rosy, then I just play from there. This one's actually quite rosy. So I'm going to put a little bit more of that burnt umber in there. What's everybody doing today? Just hanging out with me? It's raining ugly here. I like that color. Kind of a darkish, almost like a little rose tint to it. All right, so that's what I was talking about, making the color, and I'm going to take some of this, and I'm going to mix that in there. And this is just going to make it thicker. You could also, if you're interested, you could mix some open medium if you wanted your paint to stay wet and more workable longer, some retarder. You could even put just a little bit of regular gel medium in the paint. It will change the consistency a little bit, not quite as much as the heavy. There is a hard nodule of something in there. Aha. All right, so I'm going to take this as my dark color, leave a little bit there, and put it in my palette. I've got dark skin tone done. Now I'm going to get a little bit lighter, and I'll probably make maybe like 5 or 6 of these colors in here just to get some interesting skin tone. Now, Frida's Mexican, so she has a little bit of a darker skin tone. I don't want to make her, pure white, so I want to make sure I have a nice consistency of skin tones going on there. A little yellow. Trying to make them a little warm. If you look at that original image, it has a nice warmth to it.
Rebecca's painting with you.
Oh, yay!
And she wants to know, is it too early for wine?
It is never too early for wine.
No, it's 12.
I said yesterday, if you're planning on spending 5 hours with me, it might be better if you have wine. All right, and just to show you really quickly, this is how my value scale is beginning to shape up. I've got a dark color and I've got something that's a little bit lighter. The other question I get asked a lot is, do I do this all the time for paintings? I will say 85% of the time I am doing this for my paintings because it really helps the painting process, meaning I don't have to stop and mix paint. I can just kind of paint, which, because I enjoy painting more than drawing or overthinking, it just makes it much nicer for me. And then let's just say you paint this painting and you've got more left over, well then you just go ahead and paint a second painting. I'm kind of making that mother color again because I want to make something just a little bit lighter, but I ran out of my mother.
Edie says it's never too early for wine if the paint is out.
If the what's out?
If the paint is out,
Woo!
and then Ellen is always wine time for Ellen.
Like Ellen. I love the ladies already a drinking.
It's Saturday.
One time, Edie brought mead. Do you remember that?
Really?
Yeah, I've never had mead, but mead feels like one of those things you can have at any time.
I bought some mead a couple of years ago, and I just don't think I got a good bottle.
What is it again?
It's honey. It's wine made out of honey.
Yeah.
Oh, can you please explain the mother color?
Yes. That's a great question. Who is that? Who can I?
Ellen.
Oh, hey, Ellen. So mother color is I like to mix a main color. So I mixed this burnt umber, raw sienna, and the primary magenta to make like a dark color, which was that. And I try to keep working from that original mixture, the mother color, to make it lighter and some cases darker. Not in this one. This one it was dark enough. But you want to kind of get to a skin tone and then make it lighter from there.
I'm digging that color.
You're digging it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to make something, she's so rosy in that picture. I'm trying to make something that doesn't look dead. A lot of times I make my people dead looking. Lovingly dead, lovingly dead. So now I'm just trying to make it lighter. Edie, Ellen, all of you know that Rebecca, that a lot of times it takes a little bit to kind of get a handle on making a value scale, but once you do make that value scale, it just becomes so much easier to paint faces or to render things. And I'm not going to try to be, I'm not a realistic painter, so I'm not going to be painting Frida as, exactly Frida. I'm going to kind of junk her up a little, broken lines, make her hardcore, because I feel like Frida's. Oh, I forgot to put medium in there. Oh well. Do as I say, not as I do.
Capture her essence.
Ooh, yes.
That's what you're gonna do.
I'm gonna capture her essence. I'm probably gonna take some of those colors and put some more of that medium in there, because that's my easy way to make more paint, is just to put more medium in there. And cost effective.
Yeah, because it'll keep it, going for a while.
It will. And I'll probably pull it out of my palette over there to make some more. So sometimes when you think you're making colors lighter, and then it's really not lighter. So I've always got to remind myself, go even lighter.
Rebecca says, junk her up.
Junk her up. I feel like that would be a great band name.
Oh my gosh, maybe that could be my band.
Junk her up.
I love it.
Isn't that a Rolling Stones? Not Junk her up?
Oh, what is that song?
Start me up?
Start me up.
Fire me up? I don't know.
And Ellen, because she's always on my wavelength, Ellen. Ellen says, capture essence is one of my phrases. Love it. Mine too, Ellen.
Oh, I love this. All right, I'm making a significantly lighter one. More white than anything else. Let's see if we can't get a really...
These are some good shades to start with.
I also think I might take some primary magenta into some of these as I'm working too, because she's really got a pinky cheekbone, so maybe I should make just a pinky one. This one's a nice bright one. Looks a lot like that one. So this is where I am right now. I've made 6 colors here, but I think I'm going to take a little bit of them. If you look... pull her image up on my phone just now, because probably be easier to see. If you look, as orders keep coming in, she's got a really pinky cheekbone, so I'm thinking I might need to make something pinky. And that's the technical term, pinky. Put that in there. I've got a whole bunch of color here, so I might as well just take what I've got here and make a little pinkier color with my hot mess. I know that all these colors will work and match and look good together because they are all part of each other. I think Rebecca might have been, I'm not sure, but I kind of, when I talk about mother color, meaning making that main color, and all the colors are kind of formed, all the values are formed from that. But I also make what I like to call cousins or step siblings. And these are basically the same colors, but like this one happens to be really, really pink. So these are like step siblings, because they're important too.
I was just looking. You added some really cool things to your Amazon shop.
Oh, are you shopping? I'm sorry if you have a comment. Kelly is purchasing things.
No, I am excited that you found some more fun things to share with people.
Yeah, I like fun things. I like to shop. Sometimes I fill up my entire Amazon cart and then don't check out. It's just a thrill for shopping.
Yeah, well, you got some good stuff on here.
All right, I'm going to try to make a darker, rosier color. I really didn't use that raw umber, but I think I will use it later in its pure intensity. But let's just...
Okay, we've got Jean from Canada.
Hello, Jean.
Or Jeannie. Jeannie or Jean. Anyway, she is from Canada. She just found her way in. Do you mind a quick recap of the painting you're working on?
So I am going to work on, and this would be a really good time for you since you're at your computer. I'm going to work on this Frida Kahlo today, so at least for the starting, and then I'll go on to some flowers at some point. But she's also got flowers. I thought twofer, just in case we took too long. So this is, if you look up Frida Kahlo, and this is one of like the 5th picture that comes up, so you can find her. But this is what I'm mixing colors for. I'm mixing her skin tone. I'm not really worried about the flowers. I can feel like I can do that a little bit more on the fly, but I wanted to get some kind of skin tony pinkish color going. So here's where we are as far as my palette. This is the colors I'm going to go ahead and start in when I start on Frida. Is anybody wanting me to just kind of stall for a minute, or are you all good kind of starting in on the painting? Make sure everybody's doing all right. Anybody feedback on that one?
Well, Jeannie loves Frida. Who doesn't? She's awesome. Edie's been doing some shopping since she lost the bidding on the journal.
Well, if they don't pay for the journal, it goes up for bid again. So
there you go. And Design Art Love says that's so funny. She does that a lot. Fills her card up and leaves it. It is fun. It's satisfying. A
little bit. And it feels like, if I had a lot of money, that's what I would be doing. And I would just shop and the thrill is over.
Yeah. So everyone's good. They're good on painting. Rebecca wants you to paint.
I'm also going to take into my palette here, put that dark umber that I didn't actually mix in anything, but I'm going to put it there just so I can work from that if I'd like. Normally, I like a size 8 Filbert brush. These are the Simply Simmons. They are the best brushes. They hold up. They are, I can scrub with them, and I don't feel bad about destroying them. So I use those, but I'm going to go in with a little bit smaller. This one is a size 4 because I'm going to go around the eyes first, and I just want to make sure that I'm going to get those correct. Now, I have the black and white image to the left and right. I'm going to probably be looking at this one, but I wanted to make sure that you could see the other one on there, and I like to start with dark colors first. And if you're a watercolor artist, you know that this goes against everything you were ever taught as a watercolor artist, so this could be a little bit of a hurdle for you. But just know working dark to light is a really great way to start any piece. I find that I render paintings with shadow and light. So going dark to light is like rendering the shadow of something and then building up the light as it hits the piece. So that's how I'm kind of processing and going about this painting. I'm going to try to do my best to show you my palette as I'm working, but sometimes I forget. I'm looking at the piece and I'm just looking for the darkest areas of the face. Now I know that her hair is super dark and I know that her outfit is, but I just want to get the nuances that's going to push and pull her head, her face out. I think I might also get some open medium. This is kind of my last minute idea here. The open medium will help me keep my paint wet longer. I'm just going to grab some because it wasn't in my cart right there. And then I'll show you what it looks like. So because I feel like I like blending my paint color, I like to put a little bit of open medium. This is Golden's open medium. Doesn't matter if it's gloss or matte. Is this necessary? Absolutely not. If you have a retarder, if you have a little bit of glaze, if anything that'll slow the drying process down, it helps you get a little bit more blends, especially when you're doing faces. I find that having a little bit more workability time will help you get the features better or be able to edit them. I think that's why oil is something that's easier to do faces in.
And Rebecca has a great question.
Yeah.
And I thought it would be better for you to answer it than me. Does Donna always paint on an easel?
I do. And so that's a great question. So here's the reason why I paint on an easel. With the exception of when I record things and I have a camera overhead to record it for you guys. I work on an easel because when you're painting, a painting hangs on the wall this way. And if you're painting flat, you get a really distorted view of what you're painting. And if you've ever had the experience where you think it's great, and then you lift it up and put it on the wall and you find like 10 things wrong with it, and then you put it down and you think it's great again, and you put it on the wall and you're like, why is that so weird? Why can't I get that right? That's the reason why. Your eye distorts. It looks at it horizontally instead of just vertically like it is on a wall. So yes, it's really important when you're painting something, maybe with the exclusion of abstract, you could probably get away with it, but especially like features or eyes or something specific, that if you're getting something distorted, paint on it vertically the way it's hung. That was a great question, actually. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of the open medium and a little bit of this raw umber and maybe a little bit of this, the mother color, the main color, and make like a new color. And I'm going to work thin. So I'm just going to kind of put this in thin layers. It's a nice shadow underneath her neck. This will kind of force the neck to be pushed back. I don't want to work heavy at all. And you can see that the crayon, because it was a black crayon, is actually picking up because it's a neo color. And I'm putting just a little bit of glaze. I'm actually just using what's there. This is what I call mapping. So I like to map in, and the basic reason for wanting to map in, I'm gonna use the big brush now, is because this gives me a lot of the information when I go to paint with big, thick amounts of paint and brush strokes. I know where everything's supposed to go. I've kind of allotted and saved space. This is the neck, this is a shadow, this is a light, and I kind of go from there. All right, now it'll be better to go with the other.
So I like to map. Sorry.
So I'm gonna do.
Button.
It's okay.
This reminds me of the webinar days.
Oh, but only we're really here talking and I'm really painting. It's not a video.
Yeah, but I'm still typing.
Yeah.
So Rebecca asked, so do you always stretch a canvas before painting or buy canvases pre-stretched?
I buy canvases pre-stretched because I'm lazy. And I've tried to stretch canvases and I'm not good at it. I bet you, Kelly, you can stretch canvases being from art school. You had to.
Yeah, but it's been a long time.
So I am finding the dark areas. This is her eye. I paint the whole thing dark. I know that you're probably wondering why there's just an iris, but stay with me and I'll get to that. I'll round back to that. But yeah, I paint the whole thing. Even if her eyes were blue, I would still paint the whole thing dark. Boy, she's creepy like that. She looks like C-3PO staring through the computer. But you can already tell just by putting that dark in there that she's starting to come alive. She's starting to have some depth. So that's kind of fun too. And please, when you have a question or if I'm going too fast or I haven't addressed something, you just shout out. This is all about you guys today. So feel free. Line between the lips or the lip between the line. I'm still using that raw umber, not a lot of paint on my brush, nostril holes.
Rebecca says, this dark to light is so interesting to her.
Nice. Is she a watercolorist by any chance? Is that where she comes from?
I don't know. Maybe she'll let us know.
Putting a little shadow under her nose. She's got a really dark shadow if you look in that. And a lot of reasons why that is darker gray looking is because of that neo color that I chose. Like I said, I typically don't use a dark neo color, but I wanted you to be able to see it. I would use like a yellow ochre or a raw sienna so that it would kind of blend in with the paint color, but it would have been too light for y'all.
Ellen learned to stretch canvases a million years ago
in
school. And it's cheaper if you paint a lot and work big, but she thinks it's a pain in the butt. And
keeping it real, Ellen.
Always. And Rebecca always has left white space on the canvas.
Oh, that sounds like a watercolorist.
Mm-hmm.
When she says white space, what does she mean by that?
I don't know. We'll see.
So I'm just showing you where I'm going in, and if you're wondering how I know where to put the dark color, I'm looking directly at the original image. Already she's popping out, and all I've done is used a shadow color, so I've not even painted any of her skin. And this is a really good example to watch literally something that was two-dimensional pop out and just kind of jump out at you. It's fun, right? She's got...
Well, this is fun. So Melissa is laughing out loud. And she says that she looks right now like a cross between Frida and Hitler.
Oh, she kind of does, doesn't she? Well, I wasn't going for that. I'll hopefully change that soon.
It's definitely Frida with that unibrow. But Rebecca does paint in watercolor, but she's now painting more in acrylics and would love to try oils one day.
Ooh, yes. You know, once I went to oils, changed my life.
Didn't go back, did you?
Didn't go back. Well, I'm back
No.
now.
Well, I know, but you know, just
I'm back right here. I'm right here, Kelly.
for now,
Okay.
but not forever.
I'm actually using that gray. Oh, now she looks really creepy. Uh-huh.
Intense is what I would say.
Oh, is that what we're saying it is?
Intense.
Intense. I'm going to darken up that. I'm kind of painting sideways, so if I was painting straight on, I'd be standing like this. So do know if something looks wonky and I've missed something and it's totally askew, it's because I don't notice because I'm painting from the side. All right, so she's got some nose shadow, nostril shadow. This is still really light, and actually I think it's picking up the dark color of the crayon, so it's really still not painting yet, just kind of earmarking. Ooh, she got like a little snout going. That's nice. I'm going to just put my brush, I'm calling this dirty brush and open medium. I always like when people are like, what color is that? It is dirty brush.
I think that they need to make it a dirty brush color.
I'm sure they do.
Wouldn't that be cool?
And you know we'd all buy it.
Oh,
Totally
of course
all
I
buy
would.
it. All right, I'm going to take that same kind of washed out. It was like this raw umber and open medium, so it's almost like a glaze. So if you had glaze, that would be a great thing to use as well at this point, because she's got this shadow kind of that goes around her head. And I'm just lightly, I'm going to get a bigger brush. Just kind of messing that up. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Ellen responded to Rebecca, especially with oils, you want to do an underpainting, which is what Donna calls her mapping layer, going in with the shades first.
Yeah.
So
Goodness,
it sounds like Ellen's taken a couple of your workshops.
she grasshopper. Yes, grasshopper. And she's got kind of a cheekbone thing happening here. And yes, this very much so, I call it mapping, but it is an underpainting. It is giving me information. If I just went in with color, that I wouldn't have all the details. I wouldn't have time to think about it, for me at least. So this is how I organize my thoughts before I paint. I mean, obviously, I'm not the only person to do this, but I mean, that's how I gear up painting. I don't just go in. All right, she has, I think I got a lot of the dark-ish color going there. And she's probably got some dark nostril meat happening over here. It's a little bit shaded. And because it's acrylic, if I do something that I'm like, wow, I shouldn't have done that, no problem. She's got a gazongo nose right now. That's quite the nose. I'm going to make it a little bit darker here and maybe shape that up a little bit, but still gazongo. Still gazongo. Hopefully we'll fix that in a little bit. All right, so she's got a little bit of the shadow also coming. It's that dark shadow, and then she's got a little bit lighter. So I'm still using that open medium, almost like a thinner, lighter color there. She's got a little shadow kind of coming in. There's a necklace here, that's what that is. She's got a lighter kind of shadow in there. This whole thing's a little bit lighter. And then there's a little shadow underneath that necklace.
You know, she loved her beads and her necklaces.
You know a lot about Frida. You should tell some Frida stories while I'm painting, because you actually saw the Frida exhibit in New York.
Yeah, I went to Brooklyn. Gosh, was it last year I went?
Yeah.
And I flew to Brooklyn just to see it and flew back. and it was incredible. I got to see her makeup and her casts that she painted. That, you know, she was always in a cast.
Yeah, she broke her back, right?
Yeah, she had
In an
so
accident.
many issues. And she would paint her casts, and and she was so tiny. She was so little. Her clothes, they had all her beautiful indigenous clothing, her shawls, and I swear she wore like a size 2 shoe. She was just absolutely so small. But
Did that make you feel good? You're like, she's small too.
She made me feel like a giant compared to her. But I was like, it was crazy to think she actually fit her body in these little casts.
All right, how's everybody doing? Are they still with me?
Yeah, they're having fun. This is fun.
My nose is running. All right, so this is where we're at. So now I'm ready to start putting some color in, because she really isn't colored. She's kind of just shaded neutral. And I've got pink on that brush. This is that darkest color, and I'm gonna feel comfortable now just kind of going in, painting that darkest color. Where I've got those dark marks, they've kind of given me placement. I know where things are gonna be darker. She does look like Hitler now because I just gave her some. And it's really still not like gobs of paint, because I'm still in the mapping phase, and that mapping phase is allowing me to kind of put color in now. Getting a little bit heavier, but still not crazy. And again, because acrylic is so forgiving, when I work dark to light, I can just keep making areas I might have painted a little bit lighter if I decide that I went too dark. Now I'm kind of giving her some more warm tones. This is the dark color that I was using as my darkest dark. And I kind of went with a reddish. I didn't want to make her look like a white person. So I kind of went in with something that's a little bit more copper. That's.
And she was half German. Did you know this?
I think I did. I watched that movie. Yeah, I did. Not that that would make her copper.
No. The one with Selma Hayek.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I'm gonna mix these two now. See what I can get.
Fergie Max is in here.
Fergie Max?
She bought your small portrait of Frida.
She did?
Yeah, it's on her mantle.
Yay!
And people ooh and ah over it all the time.
Well, that's awesome. I'm mixing paint colors now to get something that's a bit lighter. I'd love for her to send me a picture.
Okay, you hear that, Fergie?
It's Fergie Ferg. I'm sorry. I'm singing now.
Black Eyed Peas?
That's it. Thank you. I'm just trying to get a little bit lighter as I round out the face. Just using value. Little by little. As I'm looking at my colors, I realize they are really, really pink. I might need to use some of that brown, but we'll see.
It's so funny. I'm watching it. I'm watching you paint, and then I'm watching it on the screen, and I keep going back and forth. It's so much fun.
Which one looks better? You're like, neither, but thanks for asking.
I like them both.
Spoken like a real two.
Now, are you going to make the background green?
Yeah, I think so, because I think I've been playing with phthalo green lately, and I've been really liking what I'm getting with phthalo green, and it's like a surprise color for me, but I might just mix a few colors. I haven't decided yet. The background just seems so much more free than the subject when people are watching. Like, what if I fuck it up?
I have to say that this would so intimidate me to paint in front of people, because you know how shy I am with my own art.
Yes.
Like, I don't even show it to people. So this just would make me develop a flop sweat. I couldn't paint because I'd be sweating.
You know, it's funny. I've been talking recently about the online classes and how it seems like the work that's coming out of the online, nothing against the people that were here in person. It's just that I think the work in the online classes is coming out so superior because they are not comparing themselves to any other person in the room. Mm-hmm. And so they're not, and a lot of times they don't want me to watch them paint. So they turn their stuff and work on it and then like show me when they're ready, you know, but in a classroom, you're wide open and vulnerable. So it's been really interesting. I hadn't thought about it until I watched it happen. I was like, that's just so weird how people are able to get things. And the same classes that I've taught before, so I know what to expect. Like I know where people are going to run into trouble or whatever. And it seems like it's just not, it's not a thing. It's not real.
So just the freedom of being by yourself and it is intimidating when you're in a room of people and you might not even know them and you're just...
We just compare ourselves. We do. I don't know why we do, but...
Well, I've always looked at the workshops as just such a time to learn, and I know I don't ever have the expectation of creating something good.
You heard it here first, folks. Just don't have expectations.
Valerie P. is loving this, which is awesome because I think everyone is. And you're giving her ideas on how to finish her Frida work in progress.
Oh, yes.
So that's really cool.
And you know, everybody, I was telling Kelly, she's like, oh, we're going to paint Frida. Everybody loves Frida. They just do. Mm-hmm. All right, so her nose is a hot mess. I got to shape up this nose. There's a couple things wrong with it, just so I can talk you through what I'm seeing. So the first thing that I think is wrong with it is the shadowing, obviously, underneath the nose. Anything that's light colored comes forward, dark colors recede. So what I've actually set up here is for the nose to be like, hello, hello, and it shouldn't really be like that. So I've got to push and pull it back with value. And when I say value, I mean the darkness and the lightness of a color. So I'm going to go back in. I kind of rinsed off, rinse is a stretch of the word. I'm going to make this a little bit darker underneath here. And that'll push just the space under her nose back. And then I've got to shadow. If you look in the picture, it's shadowed. It's shadowed on the left and the right side just to give it some definition. So I don't want it to be too dark. Kind of make something here and just kind of shadow that.
Yeah, Jeannie says yes, there's so much judgment sometimes. This is looking great. Very fun and informative. And Design Art Love says this is a great live presentation. I love this. Please do more of these, Donna.
Well, you know, I do live retreats all the time, and I plan on doing some more live streams. But, you know, I had that whole panic before we started, so I'm glad that this worked. But, yes, I really like... I would have said to you, you're a crazy person if you said, take your retreats and make them online and start doing live streams. And we all would have been like, no. And now all of a sudden COVID made us internet savvy, because I wasn't internet savvy. I didn't know how to do any of this stuff. I had to learn. It kind of made us internet savvy. And now...
internet dependent.
Okay, that too. Sorry, I'm putting paint in my palette. I was putting paint in my palette. I put some white and some Titan Buff because I'm going to make some highlight. So I've got dirty brush because Titan Buff and white don't make this color. So dirty brush, Titan Buff and white.
Yeah, Melissa says, yes, please do more free live streams.
And I think there we go. That's a little bit better. A little bit better. Not quite. Got some nostril highlight. That helps widen up that nose just a little bit.
I have a question.
Yes, Kelly, how can I help you?
What is the most difficult part of the face for you to paint?
It depends on the day.
And what is your favorite part of the face to paint?
Depends on the day.
Not what I was asking.
I know. You know, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if I have a favorite. I like it when it all comes together. Because I paint shadow and light and I don't really paint features, it's hard for me to answer that because it really isn't, I don't actually go in painting the eyes. I paint the shadow that shapes the eyes. I really want to make her nose less frightening.
It's coming together.
Yeah,
It's looking good on the screen.
Well, it's not looking good in person, so that's a bonus.
Yeah, it's really nice on the screen.
And you can see me kind of being able to blend the color. That's because I have that open medium in there. So just in case you're wondering why you can't get your paint to blend, it could be that. I put a lot of open and that heavy body medium in there, and that kind of slows down the drying time.
Yeah, acrylic just dries so fast.
And I'm going into this mud white here. I'm going to put in some highlight. I'm going to work to try to put in some highlight. And you should see, if I can execute this correctly, if I keep putting more white on there, you should see that her nose kind of starts to come out because I'm pushing back some of that area. I'm pulling some of the cheekbone out. So the nose and the cheeks and around the eyes are going to start to make a little bit more sense. They're not going to look so flat. So if you ever get to a part in your work and like everything just looks so flat, it's really just the push and pull of light and shadow.
And Rebecca said that's an interesting way of looking at it. You paint light, not face, and that's exactly the whole philosophy behind your style.
It really is. Did you say that or did she?
Well, I said a little bit, but she said the front part.
She said the front part.
But yeah, that is what you paint.
I do. I'm making sure somebody isn't emailing me saying, I can't get into the live stream. Everybody says they're okay.
Do you need me to get you anything? Do you need water? Do you need...
You gotta love Kelly. I don't need anything, Kelly. Thank you.
Okay. Coffee?
Wine?
Wine? Grapefruit drink?
Closer to the end, we'll definitely pop open the wine.
Okay.
You don't want me drunk painting. Or do you?
Oh my God, yes. That should be
mandatory. That should be the next class.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Drunk paint. She looks snarly. I think I have to push her nostrils back. Her nostril. Right now, the most difficult thing for me to paint is nose. I've just got to push those nostrils back. They're competing. She does have that Hitler thing going though. Not sure if I love that. Isn't this fun how we can fuck up? Am I allowed to say that?
Well, I just think, it's just a process. And for me, it's just paint. Right?
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. You just paint over it.
That's right.
That's all you have to do. It's not the end of the world.
It is not the end of the world.
There's a lot worse things that you could be focused on.
And some days I am. I feel a little bit better about my Hitler, but I think I need to get those lips down. So I'm going to do her lips darker than you think. And yes, she's got red lips. She's Frida Kahlo. There's a couple things at play, even though these lips are equally illuminated, I believe. Typically the top lip is a little darker, but I'm still going to go in with this dark color here. I can make it redder, more red. Why am I using such a big brush?
Rebecca's always struggled with painting a face and the way light hits it. Till she started watching contouring videos
Yes.
on YouTube.
That is a brilliant way to understand the contours, the planes of the face. Brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like maybe I have to fix the edges of her mouth because she looks frowny. They need to go up. She's not frowning, she's smiling. And her eyes are a bit droopy on my thing.
Well, right now she's just looking maybe a little tired. But honestly, who doesn't?
Who isn't tired?
Carrie said, my 11-year-old just asked why I was painting a Mexican man.
I'm not even sure I have a comment for that, but that's awesome. Out of the mouths of babes.
Well, the fact that that's pretty astute there.
I feel like that her daughter recognized it was a Latina person. That's got to be worth something.
That's pretty cool. Well, she's getting it right then.
Yeah, she is.
Jeannie says, this is super fun. This is looking great. And even if something doesn't look like your goal look, I'm sure learning a lot about shadow and color and blending.
Nice.
Yeah, that's awesome. She's our Canadian friend.
Love the Canadians. What province is she in? I'm an honorary Canadian in 3 provinces.
Hopefully one of the provinces you're honorary in.
Yeah. Putting a little highlight on the lips.
Carrie says, talk about keeping you humble.
Why is that for? My painting?
Well, that and, she's the one with the 11-year-old.
Oh. All right, so let's just stop for 1 second and just kind of see where we are. This is not even a refined painting. This is still kind of that mapping. It's still putting color where it is, defining, but look at what value did to painting a face. I didn't really even paint the face. We talked about that really quickly about seeing light and shadow. I painted light and shadow, but look at how dimensional all of a sudden it's like, I feel when I do this, her, Frida in this case, comes lurching out of the background, like almost like we're making her come alive through the painting. And it's like she's sticking her face through. So that's always exciting for me when painting, when I can get myself to a point where she starts to come alive.
Jeannie's from Vancouver.
Oh, I'm not honorary in Vancouver, but I have bought the most amazing chroma paints there. I think that's the name of the place.
She's born in Seattle, though.
Oh,
I got a bunch of comments.
Okay.
Ellen never throws bad paintings away. Why throw a good substrate away? Just paint over it. Yes, ma'am.
That's right.
Couldn't agree more. Susan says an art professor once told her, we paint our own image. And this looks like Donna right now.
Really?
Ooh.
Should I give her dreads?
I'm going to come back to that because I have some comments about that.
Should I paint Donna Callow?
Oh my God! Let's think about this. Valerie, if you squint, the hair disappears, making it look like a bald guy. Kid vision. Melissa is Canadian too. She's in Ontario.
Nice.
Oh, we got an Aussie.
We got an Aussie.
Good morning.
Good day.
Gee whiz, Leo. She overslept.
I like how you make it all subtle. We got an Aussie. Gee whizzio.
That's her name.
I know, but you said it like a southerner.
Well, I don't know why. But let's get back to Donna painting Donna. This has come up before, has it not?
It has.
Let's go there.
Okay, take me there.
I tend to agree that I see a lot of Donna in her portraits. And in fact, I own one.
She does.
And it is very much, it very much resembles Donna. But I'm not really seeing Donna right now in this particular portrait, but I have seen Donna paint herself in others. But that's my personal opinion. What do you think, Donna?
Well, I never see it until later, and then I'm like, oh shit, she's right. So just 2 seconds. I'm going to change the subject here. Tip of the nose. This is a big, big deal. This is an important thing. So I'm picking up, I don't know what color this is. This is more dark than the lightest highlight. And I'm just going to put this underneath the nose, because part of what we forget to do as painters is the tip of our nose is here. But we make the tip of the nose here when we put the highlight, which makes it really long, but the tip of the nose is actually up here. There's a point. So there's like a dark shadow underneath here and then the highlight. So that's what I'm trying to work on here, so that it doesn't look like her nose is so long. Because you can see me struggling with that. I'm trying to darken it. It's not darkening.
Yeah, Susan thinks the nose and eyes look like you.
Well, nice. Well, I'm going to take that as a compliment.
And thank God you waxed your unibrow today.
Wouldn't it have been funny if I came out here with like a unibrow?
Yeah.
A missed opportunity.
I've always wanted to dress up like her for Halloween.
Well, guess what? Halloween is just right around the corner.
Yeah, but I'm not celebrating this year.
Okay. Well, then you don't have to. All right. So I had this thought. It might be fun in the background to put a little bit of stenciling as well. So I took out one of my favorite stencils, and I think I'm going to try to incorporate in the dead space and in the flowers some stencils, like by like editing out some stuff and keeping it. Maybe there's a little bit of pattern, so it's just not green. We'll see. This is all a crapshoot, so we're rolling with it. All we know right now is we've got a very masculine Frida on a canvas.
I just love playing around with it.
So this stencil, Lord knows what it's called. It probably says it on here. It does somewhere. It's called Because Sometimes. And it's 12 by 12, and it's just got book text on there.
And Donna loves some text.
And those of you that come from scrapbooking, let me tell you how not to stencil. You can only stencil like twice, 2 sprays. Don't go 1, 2, 3, 4. It just starts dripping. So let me make sure it works. It does.
You just about made Ellen burn her grilled cheese.
Why?
Because she's so focused on watching this. She's making grilled cheese sandwiches, and she almost burned it.
I'm so proud.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, I thought just a little bit, and it might all go away. Like, I don't know how much is going to stay. Maybe even put it in her lip. Oh my God, what's she saying now? She can't stop laughing, so.
Ellen doesn't see Donna in this one, but she loves the idea of Donna Kahlo. But she wants to know if we can do a Nigdom Kahlo.
Yes,
That's
Nigdom
an
Kahlo.
inside joke between the two of them.
It is. You know what, Nigdom? I think I did a Nigdom Kahlo. I think I did one in my book. All right. Where do I go from here? So I could probably spend another week just painting the face. I'm not ready to paint the face more because I don't want the face to leave the rest of the canvas behind. What I mean by that is this is something that's really important. It's something that I truly believe in. It's a criticism that I typically give my mentor students or students in class, is that when you paint on a canvas, this is a 16 by 20. Frida Kahlo's head, or what I've painted so far, only takes up 1/3 of this piece. And if you put only your energy in developing 1/3 of a 16 by 20 canvas, how do you justify saying it's a complete piece of artwork? You have to make sure the entire piece is a piece of artwork. So yes, it is important that you're painting Frida Kahlo and you have some place to start, but I don't want to keep painting her and then make the background secondary. So I want to keep the background kind of up with her. And so I have that little bit on the background. I will have to wait a second or two for that to dry. So I'm going to kind of be stalling, but I'm going to start to developing the other pieces in mapping them in, not fully painting them either, so that the rest of the pieces, if this is the background and I've just painted Frida Kahlo here, I've got to make sure I take the rest of the stuff up to Frida Kahlo, if that makes sense. And hopefully that did. All right, so I'm going to paint some of the flowers, and I think I'm going to do, I really love this color. I know the flowers in that original piece are like yellow and white, but I really love this color. It's light ultramarine blue, but it's actually ultramarine blue with white, so you don't actually have to buy the color, but I love the color. So I'm just going to put that in my palette here. And I'm also going to make sure I have a little bit more white in here. And I think I'm going to get some yellow. I think I'm going to play around. I do have that raw sienna, but I do like cadmium yellow. Now, I really like cadmium colors because they are potent. They have a high pigment to them, but they also blend and mix real well with other colors. So I'm going to go over here to get some cadmium. So this is cadmium yellow, and I'm going to show you raw sienna. These are the two yellows I think I'm going to play around with. Is there a right or wrong yellow? No, I'm making this stuff up on the fly. I want a yellow flower. I know that the skin tone has raw sienna in it. So I'm purposely picking raw sienna to mix in with my other yellow because that'll make it not feel disjointed. These are the cousins I was talking about. If raw sienna is in all the other colors that we made for the skin tone, then if I put raw sienna in the yellow, this keeps my colors homogenized. So you still with me? Just a good little tip, if you find your colors are disjointed, find a mother color, because I could also take the mother color that I made and mix it in there too. I lost my paper towel. That mother color can actually be the source of all the colors if I really wanted to, meaning I can put this dark brown, which was my mother color, in with this yellow, because it already has the raw sienna in it, and just kind of make a variation. And that just tints it enough to look like it has a little variation into it. So I'm not going to make all the flowers yellow. I might even not make maybe just the centers. I don't know. I'm just going to play around and find them. Now remember, I have that Neo Color 2 in the background. So it might make this yellow muddy as I'm playing around with it. So just know the mud is not because I'm mixing a new color. It's because the Neo Color 2 is in there, and that's again the reason why I would suggest using something like a yellow ochre or something when you're painting so it doesn't overwhelm. But most of these flowers are white, so I don't need to do all of them. And I don't even know if that's dry yet, so I'm just making a mess, putting things around. Just doing it because I can.
We have Kirsten Perko joining us.
Hello, Kirsten.
And Melita is joining us.
Kirsten and I spent a wonderful weekend together just 2 weeks ago doing an online live.
Oh, she was in there?
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. This is just a mix now. You're asking me what color. It's mud. Mud is the most important color in your bag of tricks, by the way. If you're like, oh, I always make mud, you are one step ahead of all other painters.
And shout out to Melita joining us.
Hello. Oh, Melita's from Canada as well,
Yeah.
I think.
And Ellen just loves this periwinkle.
Yes. Ellen, do you not have that color in your repertoire?
Oh, I think so. When I think of periwinkle, I think of Ellen.
Just mixing some white into that color now. And I'm working value into these flowers. Now, most of those flowers were white. Doesn't mean I can't take these yellow flowers at some point and make them white. I might just do that. I'm not looking at the image. I've already transposed the parts of the image that I wanted, so I don't really care if this looks exactly like that or not, because I can make this stuff up.
I think that's really going to create a lot of nice energy.
You like that?
Mm-hmm.
Were those your words?
Yeah, my words. Kirsten, can you please send a link with the project? Yep, I got it. I'm on it. Happy to do it.
And there are some green stems, I think. So I might have to, maybe they're brown. I don't know, maybe I'll look at the original picture. Looks like the stems are kind of gray-green. So I'll just make a lighter version of the color I intend to make for like the leaves and stuff, but now I'm just playing around. Some that might have started out as flowers might not be flowers anymore. They might just be leaves. And you can see how precise I'm being. So precise. She's got pink flowers in her hair. So let me put this question out there. If she's going to have pink flowers in her hair, what color am I going to pull to modify to make those flowers? Do I have anybody that knows that answer? Let's see how well they were paying attention. If I'm going to make pink flowers in her hair, what is going to be the mother color that I'm going to put on my palette to play around with?
Oh, this looks good on the screen.
It does?
Yes. But I'm looking at it at an angle that is not.
All right, so what color did I use? Anybody? And I'm going to mix it with my darker color here to make it a darker pink, red-ish.
Mm.
Did anybody answer? Are they refusing to answer? Did they not know the answer?
Red. Rebecca says red.
I'm going to use the primary magenta because that's what I mixed into the flesh tone. So I'm going to go into that primary magenta because that'll make everything homogenized. That red won't feel disjointed because it's mixed into the mother color.
So that was primary magenta?
Yes.
Not cadmium.
Correct.
Yeah.
Typically I use cadmium and I love cadmiums. But recently I've discovered that I like the pink that primary magenta makes better than I like the pink that red, that cadmium red makes. See how that makes such a nicer pink? All right, you all watch 1 second because I have people that are texting saying, I never got the link for today's class.
Do you want me to handle that?
Well, it's on my phone, so don't go anywhere, people. Let's see. In your classes. Log in and go to your online workshops. 1 moment, please. And when Angelica comes in, we can all go, yay!
Oh, it's Angelica?
Yes. Apparently, there was a lot of people. I'm sorry, I don't mean to stop things, but I just want to make sure. Oh, Joan sent her picture of Frida. For the life of me, I can't figure a live stream. Go to your classroom. Okay, hopefully I got the bulk of them. Okay, I'm going to give you this because there's now, I see a couple more in there. And I feel like I've spent too much time doing that. Okay, still making flowers. Really important to the making of flowers is not to make donuts. What I mean by donuts is to make circles, so I'm very angular, very choppy, very blocky, and I'm using value as well with the flowers. Notice I just didn't put one color down. I'm building this palette using value, going into that same color, making it a little bit whiter, and just getting lighter each time. Maybe even lighter still. You put a little bit of dark in there. Thank you, Kelly. I thought there was just 1 or 2, and then when I started looking, I was like, whoops, there's a lot more. Okay, so she's got flowers. There's a little part up there that I probably just need to lift this up. It's hiding. And get that. All right. There we go. All right, so not that this was our flower lesson, but this is a really quick map of the flowers. Notice that I use value just like I use the skin tone. She had those little stems, and I was thinking about using some phthalo green, but those of you that have ever worked with phthalo before will know that it is incredibly invasive. And what I mean by that, like if you ever picked up black and then every color becomes black because it takes over, phthalo green is kind of like that. So I'm not going to put that in my palette because it's just going to turn everything phthalo green because it's so potent. So I'm going to take a separate little palette over here and put the color on it. And I really like phthalo green yellow shade. So I'm going to look for that. In my pile here, I pulled out phthalo green blue shade, but my new love is for the green shade. There it is. Phthalo green yellow shade. So we're going to see what color we make with this. In and of itself, it's an ugly color. But when you mix some white with it and mix some other color with it, it's really pretty. So I'm going to show you what I mean. I'm going to get some white and do a little play, and I'll do that in front of the camera. If I can find my 10 palette knives that I put out, but now can't find. So here you go. So this color right here, now I can mix it with something or just make it that color and go with it. But there's something really delightful about that color. Now we can play around with maybe a little bit more of that green in there. Now, maybe I should mix the blue shade too so you can see the difference. So the green blue shade. Wipe that off, put this over there. Maybe I can mix them both together. That might be fun too. So I feel like the phthalo green blue shade looks a little bit more turquoise than it does green. So here are your two comparisons. So you can see that. I kind of might even be interested to mix them together. I don't know. Not quite ready for that yet, but I think I might. You know, the stem color on those is really faded. Maybe I'll take that that phthalo green blue shade and put more white in it and dull it back to make like a stem so that the background will be less white and you'll be able to see that on there. So I'm just going to mix some more white in there. Almost like making it a tint. And like I said, it's acrylic. If I don't like it, I'll just paint over it. Gotta take risks. I've been trying to really force myself to use different colors than I normally do. I mean, everything is cobalt teal and that's the right color, but I've been trying to not just do that. That's an interesting color. I kind of like that in contrast to that, to be honest. Maybe just a little bit more white. The other thing too, if you really want to make dynamic colors, you can put like tertiary mixes in there. So what do I mean by that? I could put like a little bit of, another color in here. I could put, might be interesting to take just a smidgen of that light ultramarine blue. Put that in there. See if we can't make something that's unrecognizable. Are you been able to help anybody out? Okay. They're like me this morning, freaking out over. I know. All right, let's see. I'm going to go with that color. It's kind of interesting. Find my little brush. And I'm going to paint the stems and the leaves, kind of like the greenery. That's a pretty, pretty color. And I will layer this. So, this will not just be a flat color. Kind of suggesting leaves. But look at that color, Kelly.
Oh
that's
my gosh,
really pretty.
What is that?
Exactly.
Phthalo and what?
This is phthalo blue green shade. Phthalo green blue shade. That's what this is. And white. This is her
Ooh,
headband.
that's
I might change that color of her
So
headband
good.
later, but I just kind of liking that interesting play. I think this is going to get a little bit more play too, meaning I'll make it
all right.
green
I
and
need you
wider.
to. I'm sorry to interrupt. Is there a way? I need to find the link to join this. Where is that on your phone?
It's not. They have to go to their classroom.
Okay.
They have to log in and they have to go to their classroom and access it that way because that's where the replay is and that's
Okay. Gotcha.
what gets them there. I think that's the outside of her hair and I didn't want to paint that blue, but it's blue now, so I'll have to repaint over that. Now I'm just painting things anywhere because I can. Just because I can. Yeah, that's a distraction right there. I want that to go away. Can kind of play around. I don't even know where those stems are anymore, so now I'm just making them. They might go away too.
All right. So let me catch up.
Okay.
I'm doing several things.
But you're doing good, Kelly. You're doing good.
Oh, well, this is a good question. Melita says, how are people sending pictures of their paintings to you? I guess we could
You can email me at donnadowney.com.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That's the easiest way that I'll find it.
Yeah. And then maybe you can collect them and then send them out.
I'd love to do a post about them, yeah, with everybody's. But don't feel any pressure. Like you don't have. Just want to make sure everybody knows they don't have to paint to enjoy the workshop, because.
Yeah, because it's not about pressure.
It's not about pressure. No pressure.
And Melita asks if anyone's painting along. Some people are just watching. You know, Rebecca's painting and drinking. She's kid-free, which is awesome. A kid-free Saturday, painting and drinking.
Yes.
Does it get any better?
No, it really doesn't.
Design Art Love is watching.
I'm getting some random pink in my brush, so I'm leaving it.
Hi, Hippie Soul. Rebecca wants to paint her walls that color.
Oh, it's a really good color, Rebecca.
That would make someone very happy.
And it was a surprise. It wasn't what I was going for. I was just kind of winging it. So sometimes you just got to go with the wing.
She's loving it so much it's making her hungry.
Oh, what is she having?
I don't know. Maybe she should have a snack. Kirsten bought some light ultramarine yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so she loves that. And Ina wants you to show the photo again. Is it on here?
Yeah. So Ina, if you go and just Google Frida Kahlo, I think she's like the 5th picture that probably comes up. Okay. And I did that because I wanted everybody to have the same access to the image. So this is who we're painting. So if you can find that image, and hopefully she will look more like her. I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a brand new paper, even though I've got this beautiful one of my greens. I'm going to get black. I use black on a separate palette because I believe her jacket and her hair are just going to be black, and then I'll add some highlight to them. But I go in with the darkest color first. So black is what, and I very, very seldomly paint black unless I want black. So I don't normally add black in as a darkening agent or anything like that. Typically it's only when black is black. Carbon black is what I'm going to use. It's opaque. I'm going to put this on a separate palette. And just black, heavy-bodied acrylic. And I'm firstly going to take away this line that's really driving me nuts. Go around that. Again, we're still mapping, so it's not necessarily refining. This is her headband, which I'll probably play with the color too. Again, just mapping, holding space, I call it. And Ina now is an expert color mixer because of all the classes that she has taken with me online in the past couple weeks.
Oh, Ina's been around too?
She has been.
Oh, hi, Ina. That's awesome.
Yeah. And I'm going to try to get a little feathery here, just so it doesn't look like a hard line. She's got like those nice little wisps, baby hairs. They're important. Get this one over here. Just got a little part going there. Was Ina able to get the... Did we get Angelica in yet?
That's who I'm working on. I'm having just the awfulest time, and she's so tech savvy.
What is she saying?
I'm going to forward her from what you sent me today, so that's the only thing I
No,
can...
you can't, because that's your classroom.
Oh.
It's just like when she registers for an online class. It is... It's where her online classes are. I'm getting a baby wipe because I don't like the smooginess. Baby wipes are a friend. But I want to undo what I did here because it's a little invasive. And look, it made it nice and soft.
I just love the ribbons of it going throughout.
All right, that's how we undo real quick. We baby wipe it. Okay, I think she's got some hair up here.
Ina loved the classes.
Thank you, Ina.
Her pieces have improved so much.
She really, honestly, she's like a machine now. During COVID, she's become a painting machine.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. All right. So I typically will also paint things bigger than they need to be. So I will edit her hair in from the background, as silly as that might sound. So I'm not worried about like if it's the right shape or if it takes up enough space. I'm going into with a little brush because I'm going to darken up the eyes. They need it to be darker. You should see a difference just even in having that darker. Doing that, just that upper lid right there. Maybe a little bit of that black on her eyebrows. That's the worst part of the face for me. Eyebrows.
Ooh, it's coming along.
I hate eyebrows. And I hate doing my own eyebrows. And when you have teenagers that tell you you're doing your eyebrows wrong, it's even worse. Look at that jacked up brow I just gave her.
Not your teenagers.
Not mine would never.
No.
They're absolutely perfect, delightful beings.
Susan's going to take a bike ride, but she's going to watch the rest later.
Okay.
I hope to God it's recording.
I hope it says it's recording.
Yeah, good.
It says stop recording, so I'm assuming
Perfect.
it is recording.
She loves that yellow and blue in the background, which, it just makes it pop.
Yeah, what a surprise. This is why maybe sometimes you should have your own creative license when you're doing some things, because you find out you might like something else.
Can you do her a solid and go in really close so she can see close up? Can you break that?
Is she ready for her close-up?
I think she's ready.
I probably will just take this off and bring the canvas to her.
And Rebecca says she loves big hair. It makes your hips look smaller.
So this is where she is right now.
Pretty.
We got to soften up them eyes a little bit because she's a little sad. All of my paint, that's why they all look like, I always paint sad people. I don't know why. It's always just painting them sad.
I don't know why.
I don't know.
Because you're one of the happiest people I know.
Right? Your nose is growing, Ken.
I'm waiting for lightning to strike me.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go in with this green. I don't know how much or if I'm gonna like it. We're gonna find out real quick. So
I'm loving the back.
I also have this green, but I don't think I like that with it. I think I'm gonna go with this bright green. And if I want to darken it up, which is gonna be a possibility, I'll probably go in with some raw umber. Maybe I'll do that now. Just taking some raw umber, which is that dark brown, and just making a dark green. And then starting there, because I can always make it lighter. Let's kind of cut in here.
Yeah, she's just really coming together.
I kind of wanted to keep some of that text in there, so I'm going to try my best to keep it and get rid of it at the same time. Is that a thing? Can you do that? Can you keep something and get rid of it?
Yes. People are loving it.
They like the green? Like I said, I think I might need to play around. Like when this background gets put in there all the way, definitely gonna have to pump up some of the flowers and stuff like that. But I am not offended. I think I'm gonna lose some of that pretty blue green in the stems going in with this color. And this is really just a wash. I'm actually going to take some of that open medium on my brush too, so it's just even a little bit more thin. And this will give me, as far as mapping goes, a general gist of, am I liking things? Just framing. And this is also going back to what I said about making the background and the subject part of the piece. The background is just as important as the subject. So we want to treat it with the same amount of importance. It gets the same amount of layers. It gets the same amount of attention. Yeah, I'm going to lose some of those blue stems, so I'll have to play with those, make them brighter or make the background darker.
This is a very good question. Rebecca has. This is still underpainting, mapping layers?
Correct.
Holy moly!
Was that a question?
That was an exclamation.
Yeah, so what this will help me do is kind of know how I feel about the piece before I go ahead and just commit to everything. Does that make sense? So part of the reason to do this underpainting is, to decide, do I like these colors? Do I want to make my flowers bigger? Do I like the color of the flowers against the background, and so forth. So, and I like the idea of that little bit of text in there, gives a little bit more visual interest.
Can you show them the jar of the open medium? Rebecca's not familiar with it. Is it the same thing as glazing?
It is not. It is a paint binder. So if you think about, if you take pigment and a binder, that's what makes paint. The open medium is the binder that makes golden open acrylic paints, and it just already has a formula to it that keeps your paint wet and workable longer. And you can get gloss or matte or satin. Sometimes I don't even know what I have. I just pick it up. All that really is telling you is the sheen. Is it going to be glossy? Is it going to be dull? And by the time I finish with my piece, it's really insignificant anyway, because I have so many layers and thick amounts of paint. So I probably should have went in with that black and did her outfit, which I still can now that I'm here, but you can see I'm really being sloppy too around I like the verdigris. I didn't mean to do that either, but kind of how it's darker on top and getting lighter on the bottom. I also think of painting like a puzzle. So, when you do a puzzle, you do the frame first, and then you work on all the green pieces and all the blue pieces. And in this case, we did the sketch, and then we worked on all the skin tones, and then we worked on all the pinks and all the yellows, and that's kind of the same way. So if you think about painting in that sense, it kind of almost guides you where you go next in your art. interesting. Definitely not my normal color palette, and I'm kind of happy with it. So this is that green. I put a little bit of that brown mix in there. Had a little bit of that open medium that was just on my palette. And let's go over here. I found another flower. Kind of mixing into the black now, so I've got a really dark color. And I'll probably just use this paint as much as I can as I'm going around everything. There's no need for heavy amounts of paint. This is more of that mapping. So what I'm doing is I'm identifying in my piece. These are the green areas, these are the white areas, these are the flowers, this is the background kind of thing. And again, that helps give you a little bit more information about where your work is going. So if you don't like something at this point, it's a lot easier to change it than if you had done something to its completion and then moved to the next part. So that staged working kind of makes working through an entire piece easier. Were we able to find Angelica?
No, I was so disappointed.
Did she
There are some people,
text back?
Yeah, it's just, I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. And I hope all the other people were able to get on. But it's good that this is being recorded.
Yeah. Picked up some more paint. Gonna pick up some more open medium. You could use retarder. You could use glaze. You could use a little bit of water even, if you didn't have any of that, to just kind of stretch the color so that you can get all of the information onto the piece. It does look different on camera.
It does.
And I'm just, when you see me going up here, I'm just taking some of the paint color from up there and moving it down here. This is why I say I'm hard on brushes. Can you even say this is what I'm painting? I'm like scrubbing the brush. I used to have a paintbrush I entitled Mr. Scrubby. And I wore him down to the metal barrel. But I do like a good Mr. Scrubby.
You didn't get another one?
Did we get another messages? No, I didn't. I couldn't replace Mr.
Yeah.
Scrubby.
Yeah. Give me your phone again.
Who is it? Angelica.
Angelica, I'm on.
Can you email it to me? Sorry, I'm typing to help her get into her classes.
I love that green.
Do you?
I do.
I'm a little on the fence about it.
I like it.
It's very green, but you know what? Maybe that's why I'm on the fence, because it's not a go-to green. But I have the phthalos, and I know they're invasive and everything, but I've been really loving playing with them. And it's not a color like you go and you're like, oh God, I love this color in the tube, because you don't. And it also, just a little side note, it also is very transparent, so that's why you can see the stenciling through there.
Which I love.
Oh, and I didn't tell anybody what I used for that stencil, but I used the marabou spray, the black marabou spray.
Yeah, I put that in there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and I dropped a link in.
Okay. Were people asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of liking that it's a little variegated too. All right, let's let's definitely paint in her jacket, since that's kind of an easy one at this point with just some black. She's kind of wearing a blazer. I'll kind of highlight the lapel when I do the next layer, but right now I'm just kind of putting in the black. She's got a little lapel on her jacket. My brush had a lot of water on it, so it's pretty fluid. And I did put some of that in the jacket, that text, but I'm not sure if it's going to stay. I'll try to make it stay, but it may not make the cut. Interesting.
Ellen likes it as well, but it won't be your final layer anyway.
No, she knows me too well.
And Susan cuts chalk.
Oh, Susan's been in class lately for the online Zoom workshops too.
Has she really?
She took 2, but I saw her for 2 weeks in a row.
That is awesome. Is she doing okay?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
She's fantastic. Painting up at Storm as well. She had a total epiphany while we were painting.
Oh, that's so cool. She likes the green too. Is it the yellow shade?
It is the blue shade, but yes, that yellow shade I think I might put on top because it was in that class that we discovered that yellow shade.
And I tell you, Rebecca's just full of good questions.
What'd she say?
This is another, what was that?
Acorns.
Oh my gosh. At one point, Donna used to color the canvas red before painting.
Mm-hmm.
Does she not do that anymore?
It's hard to do that when I'm teaching because it's hard to see from a distance the lines and stuff as you're working on it because red competes with your eye attention. So I haven't done it recently in classes, but I still do it, if that makes sense. All right, I'm going to paint her necklace, and I'm going into raw sienna because it's like a gold necklace, and that's like a dark gold, so I'm just going to go in with that. Making it messy, picking up some of that dark too to make a shadow. Yay. And then how do I make that look more gold? I'm going to put a little bit of white into it and make it a little bit lighter, catch lighty. I'm not going to try to paint beads or decorate it. I'm just going to put light in it the way light would reflect off of gold. So I'm not painting the gold as much as I'm painting the reflection of the gold. And hopefully that's showing up as reflection. And I can get a little bit lighter even. Still with that raw sienna and just adding more white. Trying to make it whiter. That's showing up as some reflection on your screen. I like that. That feels like a reflection. All right, let's clean off the brush again because we gotta paint her face a little bit more. We met everything now at the same level. So now we want to focus a little bit more on her expression, her shadow of her eyes. She has nice puffy bags under her eyes. And I say that nice is because they give you a nice little soft. So I'm just going to have to put that underneath there. That's to give her like a little.
Oh, wow. So we got someone in here, Crafterific. Is that Angelica?
I don't know.
I don't know. She finally made it in. So, hey, Susan. Ellen, I'm so glad that the online Zoom stuff is working for so many of y'all.
Is that Ellen?
Yeah.
She can't figure it out. I'm going to have to get her to figure it out. She's going to miss me after a while.
Well, Ellen, I'm actually going to your neck of the woods next month. I could swing by and do some tech support. If you don't if you would like that to happen. Oh, it is. It's, hey, Angelica.
She found her way in.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, good job. Just darkening up the corners of her eyes.
And it's all making sense to Rebecca.
Yay! That's all I
She's really
ask.
had some good questions.
Has she got another one?
Not yet, but she's really had some great questions for you. And this was looking fantastic.
You
I'm
like?
loving it.
That's
I
why,
am just loving this.
that's why I invited you. You would tell me how pretty I was and how good I was doing.
That's what I do. The background is really awesome. Is
that like I love the shade of blue you're using?
I love it, and you know, she's coming along just fantastic. She's just making me happy.
Yay. She's got more white area kind of coming in up here. That's my cat. Ignore the cat. And I think I went too high up. I gave her like a cat eye, and she's not sporting a cat eye, so I gotta... That was pre-cat eye.
Speaking of cat.
Yeah, speaking of cats.
Rebecca says that Donna is making this look so easy.
Well, explanation helps, but you could do this too. Which Rebecca is that?
Rebecca Kruger.
Oh. I thought it was Cates, Rebecca Cates. I can't think of her whole name.
Mm-hmm. This is another Rebecca.
I just talked to her the other day.
Have you? How's she doing?
She's doing good. I'm getting my bigger brush. Oh, that one's got green in it. I'm gonna get a clean brush just in case.
Angelica and Edie got outbid on their favorite inspiration books.
Well, if nobody pays for them, they go back out again. So I haven't been keeping up with. They have to pay in order for it to be theirs. Like that. I'm going to put a little bit more thicker paint on her neck because she was just really a sketch. So I'm going to beef that up a little bit. Do you hear my cat?
You can let it out.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just going to sit there and scream. It's like we don't love it at all. I feel like there's probably a little bit darker shadow that kind of comes down here. And then even comes down there. You see how I missed that? That's better. That's softer. And I'm going to give her some of that. A little soft. Make her jaw not so strong. Every time the phone dings, I'm worried that somebody's
It's all good.
missing in action.
It's my children.
Oh, okay. That was your phone. As long as it's your phone. Are your children okay?
No, it's raining and we're in quarantine, so you know. Not quarantine, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, we just
We're
call it
stuck at
that now.
home.
Now everything's quarantine.
We just at home. They're getting stir crazy. Did you do all the rages yet? I've been on the package with the artist painting and the other stuff, wondering if I still have a chance.
Rages?
Raffles.
No, the raffle isn't
Sorry.
until the 17th of October.
Okay. And Donna, what do you mean by beefing it up? Are you blending it? What do you mean?
Great question. I'm putting thicker amounts of paint. So the first go round, the map is thinner amounts of paint. And when I say beefing it up, it means like I'm kind of committing to paint color. Making the paint color instead of like, not whitewash, but you know what I mean. Beefing up the color. Thicker. All right, so if you just noticed really quick, I just went around the whites of the eyes and I shaped up the pupil by going around the black part or the brown part that I put there. And now I'm going to do the eye color. I believe she has like a soft brown eye, right? Do we know? I think she's got brown eyes. If not,
Who?
Frida.
I think they're brown.
So I just mixed up some brownish color. Now I don't paint the whole thing. I'm going to do like a half moon at the bottom. I feel like this brush might be too invasive, but we're going to see.
You want to talk about your dreadlocks?
Sure.
Yeah. She does love them, Rebecca. I will answer that for her. She will always have them. They are a part of her.
They are.
And she chose them because they're part of her journey. Anything else you want to add?
No, that was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back into.
They are such a part of her, and she absolutely loves them. And
they're permanent.
I love them too. I do. I love them. I can't see her any other way.
That wasn't true in the beginning.
You didn't like them in the beginning?
No, there was a lot of people that were like, I just don't think you should do that.
Oh, well.
But I did it. And now they can't think of me any other way.
I
So.
can't. I could not imagine you like chopping them off and, getting like, what would you, I can't even imagine.
A soccer mom hairstyle. That's what I had before. I was a soccer mom.
But yeah, they work.
Thank you.
Design Art Love. I can't believe that you've produced such a beautiful painting in less than 2 hours.
Has it been 2 hours?
Yeah, almost.
Really?
Give or take a few of our panic minutes.
Oh, panic minutes was right. I had a coronary arrest.
Ellen, in a class or workshop, I like being with other people, getting up and walking around. See, Ellen is just...
She's social.
It's about the whole experience for Ellen.
That's true.
And she finds that the interaction with Zoom less spontaneous for her.
I would get that.
Yeah.
I can't argue her logic. I just miss her.
Oh, I miss all these people.
Ooh, that was
Rebecca, Ellen Bigelow, I agree. I love learning and watching everyone and the dynamic in an in-person workshop. Online is a struggle. But at least if we can't do the in-person, we have this.
correct.
At least we have this.
I miss the interaction, to be honest. I think that's why I'm happy about being able to do this online. I just miss the interaction.
Yeah. Yeah, because, it's always so much fun to have everyone here.
So I'm going to just show this up close because you probably didn't get that, but I'm going to show you what I did with the eyes to develop them. Stay there. Okay. So I do not typically, I've got to move this over, do not typically paint the eyes in. I paint it all black and then I paint the highlight of the color. So what you see is I did like a half circle of a couple different brown values at the bottom and then a catch light in the middle. Kept the dark purple or the dark pupil in the center. Hopefully that makes sense. So, you know, everybody, no matter what color eyes you have a dark ring around your eyes. So by keeping that dark color there and just painting in the brown, in this case, has a half moon at the bottom, that allows me to keep that outline and not have to kind of go back. So putting that dark in first helps. And hopefully they got to see that fairly well. Hopefully if they didn't, just shout out and I will do some more. I'm going to get my big fat brush again.
Well, we're still talking about dreadlocks.
Keep going. I still have them, so you can keep talking.
Well, can I just say how much they've grown?
Well, I cut them.
I know, and you have to keep cutting them.
No, I'm going to let them grow. I cut like 9 inches off of them. They were heavy.
Kirsten loves the dreads. Can't imagine you without them. Rebecca loves the dreads too. She's growing out her gray now.
Ooh, well, I will say that's one of the reasons why I chose to do the dreadlocks was because I didn't want to dye my hair anymore.
Well, that's a good reason.
Yeah. Or wash it.
Ina wants to know, are you planning any more online workshops?
I just listed 2 yesterday. But I'm kind of waiting to see what happens with the sale of the property before I commit to anything too crazy of a schedule. And hopefully I'll have good news in the next couple weeks. If not, I'll be in a corner rocking and crying. But I'm still just kind of waiting. I'm in a little bit of a holding pattern. But the answer is I do plan to load up my calendar in 2021 with more online classes. Mm-hmm. There will be repeats of ones you might have missed, and then there will be obviously repeats of maybe the ones you've taken. But I did the ones that I just put on there because we had this great conversation in the last class that I did about wouldn't it be interesting to take the same exact class in oil and acrylic? So I thought, okay, I'll schedule those. One weekend oil floral painting and one weekend acrylic. It was interesting that so many people found, okay, I can paint the thick style in acrylic. I want to see it. Is it different in oil? So I actually think Ina was in that class, but I'm not positive now.
Did you do your abstract figurative online?
I did.
I bet that was a lot of fun too, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
And really amazing results. This is what I'm also calling, for those of you that are wondering, beefing things up. You see how they were so sketchy, and now I'm putting thicker amounts of paint on my brush and kind of committing to the flowers.
Ellen likes to verbalize and sing and dance.
She really does.
And we are really, she is so great.
It's not a party until Ellen shows up in the classroom.
That is very true.
I'm using a lot of white just in case anybody's wondering.
And our Aussie friend wishes she lives closer so she can attend. But, we were in Australia last year this time.
You know what? I jumped out of a plane last year today.
Was that a year ago today?
A year ago today, Cole and I jumped out of the plane in Mooloolaba.
I had the best day ever. By myself.
Because you would not.
Nope. Still wouldn't.
I don't know why.
Well, I think I would. I just wouldn't pull the cord.
Well, you don't have to pull the cord, which is the beauty. I'm going to put this light ultramarine blue. I know we like that stem color, but I'm going to play around with putting 2 variations of color. So this is that light ultramarine blue that I like. I think I'm just going to play around with popping some of that in. Might cover it up, might leave it, but it might be an interesting little... And I know you probably can't see it all too well because of the green in the background right now, but maybe it'll show up a little bit.
Jeannie says it's beautiful. Ellen says on Zoom it's hard to ask questions because you can't see others and get the cues.
Yes, you can. The way I do it, you can.
Everyone tries to talk at once because you can't see who's wanting to ask the question.
That's not, you just took really shitty Zoom classes. That's not how it works with me. And you can ask Ina. Ina will tell you. And if Ina can figure out the technology, and anybody can figure out the technology. My girl Ina, she was all about it.
But Ellen, she's glad it works for most, but she does hate COVID like the rest of us.
All right, I'm going to take that original stem color and mix it with a little bit more white. So I'm just going to show you what I'm doing. This was that phthalo green blue shade that we mixed up that made the stems on the white look so pretty. I'm just going to make it a little bit lighter because I think it'll show up if I do the background a little bit darker. So I'm just playing on value with that color that I started with. And I'm just going to add some of that in there. So now I should have like 3 pops of different colors coming through there. Hopefully we like it. But I really want to encourage you to try variation of color. That's what makes everything more interesting and dynamic to look at.
Yeah, now we're talking about skydiving.
Oh.
Yeah,
Kelly wouldn't know, so don't ask Kelly.
No, I know better. Who would have brought the bodies home?
So that's the reason why you stood back?
Yes. I was there to make sure y'all got home. Because I'm a 2.
You are too. No doubt about it. All right, I'm gonna go back to the background. I'm not offended by the face the way it is right now.
Oh,
like
I feel like
I can probably, unless I figure out something else, I don't feel like there's an eye in the wrong spot or a nose in the wrong spot right now. So I'm going to leave it, but I'm going to go to that background. I don't know. I don't know if that green is the right green. I almost want to throw in like a hooker's green, which is a deeper emerald green with that. What do you think?
Well, okay, I'm glad you asked me because I get greens.
They're tough.
They're very tough. Personally, I find greens from a tube hard to manipulate. I prefer to make my greens.
Now, what do you make your greens by mixing?
Well, yellow and blue.
That's it?
No, I tell you what.
Oh, I think I like this hooker's green. This is the hooker's green.
Oh yeah, let's see what happens.
Go ahead, you keep going, keep talking.
It's mighty wet. I remember last year. When did we go to?
Last year, November. I mixed the 2 greens. I mixed the phthalo green, yellow shade, and hooker's green.
The mixing guide.
Yeah.
Godsend. We got that last year on our day trip to Jerry's Art-O-Rama. And I just love to make my own greens.
What do you think of that? Too dark? I kind of like the dark, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We'll play around with it. I kind of like the light peeking through a little bit. I don't know. You can always cover it up.
Jeannie likes the way the green's looking on the screen.
All right. Thank you.
And
I feel like
showing up.
it's
all the way in Vancouver.
I feel like it's more dramatic. It might need to get lighter as we go down, but I feel like it has a little bit more of a dramatic air to it.
Mm-hmm.
I've lost her ear totally. Who knows if that's an ear?
Well, Ina is loving your online classes. And so apparently
I'm telling you, if Ina can get her tech savvy on.
Oh, Ina's awesome.
Ina can wield herself a Zoom class like no one's business.
She'll be teaching her own.
She just might be. She's actually taking a couple Zoom classes from a couple different people, she said.
Oh, I'll have to, Ina, I'm going to email you and catch up with you.
Is anybody still painting?
I think people are mostly watching. Is anyone still painting?
You know, it's interesting. I found that even people that were taking the online classes in the Zoom, it was like you could watch the replay. They so much more enjoyed watching the painting process, asking questions, and then going back and watching the recorded video to, go ahead and stylize their own work, which was kind of fun. I didn't anticipate that either, but makes sense.
Jeannie never thought she looked manly.
My Frida,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go in. Thank you. I'm gonna go in and just soften these edges. See how I can, because they have that medium in them. They can kind of soften, and I'm gonna just fade some of that into there, like playing with that a little bit. Almost looks luminescent.
Ellen she would vary some of the dark and the lighter. Ellen.
Vary some of this?
Yeah, and Jeannie says the darker green on screen looks really close to the hair color.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put some highlight in the hair.
Yeah, so not a lot of contrast right now, but you're gonna fix it.
I think so.
Sandra is still painting. Good for you, Sandra.
Yes.
Yeah, so definitely on the screen the hooker screen is not showing up like it is with us here, but Donna will fix that.
Yeah, I like the drama, and I think I'm gonna play with the smudge, and I've got to do something with her hair anyway. Like I just put the black in there. It can't be flat, because if it's flat, it just doesn't go with the rest of the stuff. So I've got to make sure that I do that. Get some of this and put that over there. I like that soft little weird blends that they make.
Will the comments be visible on the replay?
They should be, yes.
Yeah, I think so, Valerie.
But the way this morning started, I'm not sure. No, I'm positive they will be.
It's looking good.
I like the dark. I don't like the headband color now.
Well, I liked it more before you added the hookers.
Yeah. That's what he said. I really like the way the treatment of that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to get some of the paint off my brush and just kind of do some more of that ethereal type painting. That might even help. I was trying not to clean my brush, but I guess I'm going to have to-ish.
Yeah, it's really coming along.
I know I'm like quiet. I'm all in it now. Sorry, Kelly, if I'm making it difficult for you over there. I'm not always using the hooker, but
yeah, it's a hard green to use.
I struggle with Kelly green. I think that's what my issue is. I just don't like Kelly green. I mean, maybe I should put it back in as I'm going through, but I like the drama. I think this will not be my only pass through on the background. I think I'll get a little bit lighter with it, but I do like the drama, and I always like to work dark to light, so this is just another way to capitalize on the dark moving forward.
Oh, this is an interesting comment. Jeannie says the headband now gives the impression of another branch.
It does, I see it. I gotta push that back.
Or stem.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's so interesting the way you can add a color and it just changes everything. Just one color.
Hmm. I lost her earrings. I'm going to have to paint them in. I totally just lost them. She has green on her face. That's not so becoming. There we go. It's not easy being green. What if I added some of that blue to this, which is the headband color? And maybe that's an interesting play on that too. Not sure. It's a little bit more dull. It's better than bright green. Or is it? I'm sure somebody will tell me. But I know I hate it.
Well, Jeannie likes some of the lighter green.
So I should keep some of that or put some of that back in?
Yeah, I do. I agree with her. I think that it adds more interest. That's looking good.
All right.
I'm liking that too. It's just making it just more vibrant.
All right, let's go back to that bright green. It's going to hurt me, but let's see. That's not really the bright green, is it?
Gosh, Don, how many Fridas have you painted
I
this
think
year?
4.
4? I know likes the lighter shades.
Oh, all right. I've got to figure out how to make that lighter shade again. I feel like it was that, but I'm not sure it was. Let's see. Maybe a little bit of white into that. Let's see if that could put a little bit of yellow into it too if I really wanted it brighter.
Jeannie says there's a story being told with the green lower half.
There is? What is it?
Ha, green hurt you.
I'm sorry, I missed that entire thing.
I don't know, but I
Kind of like it?
yeah. Well, to me, with the floating flowers, it really plays into her surreal art that she did. You know, it kind of creates like a homage to what she did in her own paintings.
I'm gonna have to trust you on that. I told you are the all-knowing Frida Kahlo chick.
Well, you got Frida and Georgia.
They're your 2 faves?
Well, I really admire them as artists. I don't know if I totally respect their work, but I like just learning about them as women, you know, and how they made their way through life. Both very inspirational.
I'm not sure what I'm doing now. I find this little arc here very distracting. I have to destroy it. I'm going to have to destroy it. I must destroy you.
Wasn't it phthalo green yellow shade plus white?
It was, yes. That's exactly what it was.
Hey, Stacy.
Want this to be that blue color there. I want it muddier. I'm going to go with a little raw umber just to muddy that color up a little bit, just to have some shadow. I don't know.
Jeannie liked what you just did. She said good move.
Okay, good.
With the yeah. It's looking great. The headband. Awesome.
Just needed to be pushed back just a little bit. It's not quite
And
stable.
Stacy loves the variation of the green background.
Yes.
I do too.
I'm maybe a little bit darker in here.
Valerie says the headband is back.
The headband is back.
Oh, yes.
So I'm just shading it. At the bottom, it would make sense. It's a little darker as it goes behind your ears, a little lighter as it comes up. And I'm going to put some highlight in her hair. She's got braids, so what you really see around her head is actually braids. So I think I'm going to take a little bit of brown with actually that blue, because it's muddy, just muddy. And I'm just going to see if I can't start to develop, and you might not see it at first, so just bear with me a little bit to get that out. And I'm just going to keep pulling it out. I'm just going to get that raw umber, which is what I'm using, and I'm using that lightest skin tone to mix with it, just to get like a mud. I don't like to paint braids, but I'm going to put this closer so maybe you can see as I'm doing it. I don't actually like to paint the actual braid, but I highlight kind of in mark making around where the braid would go. And she kind of will have a little, these aren't too bright yet. A little bit more of that light skin color. You should see, not light enough, too light. Retreat.
Valerie says.
I like the way you read it. Valerie says.
Donna rocks. Every single time.
Yes, I paid her to say that.
Oh, Susan Gottschalk is just so awesome.
What'd she say?
Frida herself would love this painting.
She gets me every time.
Susan, you're so sweet.
So as I'm doing this, does anybody have any, like, what you would really like I'd really love for you to paint XYZ? Outside of really Frida today, I'm leaving everything a little bit wide open for suggestion. Since it's kind of your live stream, I wanted to give you the power to talk about what it was you wanted to see me paint.
Ellen says, yes, the variation in the greens make it. I agree, Ellen.
Nice. Thank you, Ellen.
Valerie, Ellen.
She's got like a little...
So how much longer do you think you have on this?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I would say a couple more minutes, maybe.
Yeah, because I don't think it's, I think it's there.
I don't know if anybody sees anything that they're like, for the love of God, Donna, why, you can't leave it like that. I do want to paint the lapel, just give it a little bit more beef, like I say, beef it up a little bit. And I also was hoping, and I think I can do it really nicely on this piece. I wanted to talk a little bit about some mixed media stuff too. So like putting, say, pastels on top of this when it's dry to even amplify that a little bit more. I've just made a little black with some of that lightest skin tone here. And she's got like a lapel thing happening. This is just lightest skin tone.
Her hippie soul is voting for flowers.
Okay.
Jeannie said she has half done painting sea life or flowering tree branch. Would love to do something with them. Stacy says she would love to see abstract or expressive figures.
Mm-hmm.
Ina says beautiful. And Angelica says a flower vase full of dahlia flowers, pink and purple.
Okay.
And I would love to see a monkey on a tricycle.
Okay. So funny. I was just about to paint that.
Figure. To go with the zebra.
Yeah. I'm gonna go into moving this back now because I'm not even sure you could have seen what I was painting anyway. All right.
Or Brooklyn as Vincent.
That's funny.
Valerie says, I'd like to see maybe a 5-minute demo of mixing paints for people with permanent tans. Or at least a list of the color palette.
I think she must have came in late. Did she come in late and miss the color mixing?
Perhaps. But we did cover some good color mixing in the beginning.
Yeah, and we mixed all the colors for the palette, so it might be, well, I'll do it for the next one. Was she here for the beginning? Just want to make
I don't
sure.
know, Valerie, were you here in the beginning? If not, that's okay, because we are recording.
See, I forgot her earrings. She is wearing earrings, and she's wearing gold earrings. So I'm going to go back to how I made the gold necklace and make some gold earrings.
Hippie soul says, whatever you do will help me.
All right. I like that.
Valerie was late to the party, but no worries, Valerie. Ellen's good with whatever. She just loves watching.
And I'm just making light gold, maybe. Which is just raw sienna and some white. No secret, just.
Kirsten, she also is enjoying this. She likes florals, but figures would be interesting too. Melissa says she doesn't look Hitlerish anymore. She looks great.
Good.
Lynn Hamilton says more makeup on the lips and cheeks.
More makeup? You want her to be a little bit more rosy? I can do that.
Rebecca says, I'd love to know how you started abstract.
Okay.
Susan says the use of pastels over acrylic interests me.
Good.
Lynn says, thanks for the earrings.
All right, let's give her some more blush. Maybe some more lip. Clean out my brush so she's not in green. All right, so we're going into that primary magenta. Can give her some more red. I should get a smaller brush.
Jeannie says, regarding color mixing, I mix not with a palette knife, but with brush. She's impatient. Is there a thought on why that might not be a good idea?
Yes, the palette knife will hold all of the paint you're mixing in the barrel and not actually release the paint. So it's not a good practice to mix it with a brush because you're not getting a clean mix. And all the colors you mix with that brush after that will all be the same color as the previous color. Did that make sense?
Sandra would like to do figurative.
Okay. Sorry, I gotta fix her lip now. I made it all wonkified. Just the technical term for jacking it up.
Ooh, yes. That is popping.
You like the red?
I do. What do y'all think? Do you like the lip color?
Well, that's really what who she was.
Yes.
I guess
she
I
loved
owed her
lipstick.
that.
And so much that, Revlon actually sponsored this whole latest Frida exhibition. Was
Really?
sponsored by Revlon.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Easy breezy, beautiful.
Is that it?
Cover girl. So let's give her some more. I did make the pink color to do her cheeks.
Yeah, that's looking awesome. Love the red lips. Red, yes. Yes. Now it's more Frida, less Donna.
That's true, because Donna don't wear lipstick.
That's awesome. Valerie says, hubba, hubba.
I don't know if it's funnier the way you read it or just that it's being said.
Huh. I probably listen to what it's being said. Ina loves the red.
Well, Ina loves red.
Yes. Yes, there's another vote for abstract flower paintings. Judith said I guess she was in the abstract flower paintings from the Zoom class, so she's still doing that, but she's loving the portrait too. So, people are just saying,
Just wing it.
well, I think you can do a figurative
too much.
abstract with florals.
Figurative abstract with floral.
That's what I'm voting for.
That sounds easy enough.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to take this paint off. Brentwood, are you making drinks? Ladies,
Yeah.
do we want a drink?
Angelica says, anything you paint next will be beautiful and I will learn lots from, so whatever you would like to show us.
All right.
And Rebecca's loving the lips. Oh, and Ina likes purple too.
Yes, Ina also likes purple. She kills me with that purple. What do you think?
Wow.
Is there anything that they feel they want me to touch?
Yeah, y'all let us know. And while you're letting us know, Stacy has an off-topic question.
All right, give it to me, Stacy.
She's curious to know if Donna or anyone here has painted on oriented strand board.
I've never heard of that, have you?
No, I'm sorry to say I haven't. Lynn, abstract flowers. Valerie, what colors did she use for the cheeks?
Well, remember it was that original mixture, so it was more primary magenta. So it was that original mixture, and I mixed some white and some more primary magenta to get that pink. It was one of those original colors that I mixed up knowing I was supposed to do that and then didn't.
And the magenta's on the lips?
Primary magenta is on the lips, yes.
Ellen says she needed the lipstick.
She needed the primary magenta. I wonder if Ellen has primary magenta.
Ellen, do you have primary magenta? Jenny would love a drink. Everyone wants a drink.
Yes.
No one knows what oriented strand board is, Stacy.
That's so funny. She found the thing that stumped us all.
Kirsten's gonna drink later.
What time is it?
Ellen's
Is
having
it?
a cup wine.
She is? Did she just say that and then
I
you
just
said it out
I'm
loud?
at Rooster, so.
Can you believe that you said that out loud? Do you have to shower now? All right, so let's I mean, we can still keep talking about cock wine. I have no problem with that too. But let's kind of recap just really quickly for those of you that kind of just joined in or are wondering how the hell did we get here, which is kind of another topic, right? So just to kind of talk really quickly about how this painting came to be. So it is 2:30. So in 2.5 hours, we did a lot, right? So what I do in my process, it's always a 3-step process. The first step is always sketch. Sometimes I don't go to the projector. Sometimes I just sketch with like a crayon, like the Neocolor 2 freehand. But a lot of times Frida kind of has to look like Frida. So for me to go in to sketch Frida makes sense for me. But if I was just sitting here and was going to paint a person, I might not find a person and then sketch them. The second thing, so first we do sketch, then we do mapping. That mapping layer really tells me, as I'm painting, what colors I'm assigning to what. Now I can play with them, I can jimmy them around, I can change my mind. I could have made that background purple, which would have made Ina really happy. But that mapping layer helps me really identify which area of the canvas is going to be what color. And then once I have that map down, I beef it up, which is what you were asking about. What does beefing it mean? It means that I do the refinement. I commit. I make the layers thicker. I make them, make some more like decisions. Like the background was that light green or that green. And then I decided to put some dark and put the variating the stems. So it's those 3 steps no matter what product I'm looking for in the end, whether it's an abstract, whether it's a figurative, whether it's a floral, whether it's faces. It doesn't matter. It always goes through those steps for me. So in doing this, we made the sketch and then we went in with the skin tone first. Now, where do you have to start in a piece? You can start anywhere you want. I typically start with the skin because I feel like that's the hardest to get right or the easiest to mess up. So I like to start with the skin. The other thing about starting with the skin is it allows me to know if the colors around it are going to work. Do I like the color palette? Do I need to shift something? So if I can get the skin and the person kind of looking okay, then I know that the rest of it is just going to be a piece of cake, kind of like the background of the flowers and stuff like that. So what I think is interesting is, yes, there was an original image, but I wasn't really looking at the original image. I was looking at black and white. So if you have any issue whatsoever in understanding color, then turning something black and white is a really great way to do that, because value is the most important thing that you need to use in your painting. It has nothing to do with color. These could have been any colors. And quite frankly, I should take a picture of this and turn it black and white. And if you can take a picture of your work and turn it black and white and it still have depth, then you know that you're doing something right. So how do you do that? I've taken a picture, I have an iPhone, and then I go into my edit, if you're using an iPhone, edit, and then across the bottom there's some circles here, and there's 3 circles that are nested on top of each other, and I can just scroll till I get to the black and white. And so what that tells me is in black and white, that still pops. She still looks dimensional. And if you can do that with your artwork, then you know that you're doing it correctly. And if it doesn't have that pop and you don't have that contrast, you're not using all the values, it won't do that for you. So just a really good tip. It's not always about paint, but I think that's how we start off. You asked me, what's the hardest feature to paint? And I think because I don't paint features, I paint the shadow and light, how the shadow shapes the nose. You watched me paint the nose. You watched me paint the eyes. It is all about the way the light makes it dimensional. And I forget who it was that said it. Was it Kirsten talked about looking at people doing makeup? That is you watch a drag queen put on makeup and you will learn everything you ever needed to know about making the light change your face. Men's faces are very chiseled and structural, and they're able to use makeup to make them softer and to soften the lines and all of that stuff. It is absolutely the most important thing you will ever teach yourself is to work in value, color mixing and value. And if you missed it in the beginning, like I heard a couple of you did, don't worry, this is recorded, but I'll be color mixing as I go to show you that process. Almost every time I go to paint a painting, whether it's in oil or acrylic, I will mix, for example, the skin tone. I didn't need to mix the green. I can mix it on the fly. Even the flowers, I can mix it on the fly, but I still used value. The skin tone, I mixed more than one color. If I was just mixing phthalo green and white, I don't need to pre-mix that. But if I'm making skin tone out of 5 different colors, I want to mix that. I talked about creating a mother color, meaning I made a color that said, okay, that could be skin, no matter where it falls on the value scale. So what I mean by that is if I mix a color and I go, okay, that's skin. It's a dark skin, but I agree that that could be skin. Then I just keep adding white to make it lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter. And in this case, I added raw umber to make it darker and darker. But no matter where you find that mother color, then you work. And this was 4 colors that I mixed to get this. And I'll tell you what they are. They were cadmium red, yellow ochre, titanium white, and raw umber. And I mixed those not in equal parts. You have to mix more yellow and more white and just a touch of red and a little bit of raw umber. But those 4 colors, once I got a skin tone, I then worked adding more raw umber to make them darker and more white to make them lighter. That mother color is kind of where we found here, and then we just worked in making it lighter and darker. All right. Does anybody still want an up close before I take this off the easel? I probably should have taken a picture of it before and after.
Screenshot.
I can screenshot that, yeah. Anybody saying anything? By the way, cheers. Those of you that have been to the studio, this is the grapefruit drink. It's grapefruit vodka, elderflower cordial, and squirt.
Delicious.
Mm-hmm. All right, anybody got anything?
Jeannie says the chart is so helpful to see how to find relative value in color to grays.
Yes. And that's why printing the image in grayscale helps you see the value better. And you'll go, but I don't know what color to paint it. It's okay. You could have painted this entire Frida in purple and just used value, and she would have still looked like Frida Kahlo. She just would have been purple.
Yes, and Jeannie says cheers.
Oh, cheers, Jeannie. All right. So Frida's down.
So what you gonna do?
Well, I guess I have to make some decisions about, because now we're flying rogue. I think a floral probably would be
With a figure.
with a floral and a figure.
With an abstract background.
So I wonder.
It's called a party trick.
It is a little bit of a party.
Yeah, I feel like you're, it's like the circus.
I think figure's probably going to be more difficult.
What about a booby?
One boob? What about a boob? Just one boob?
Well, you don't have to do a face, because you've already done a face.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm thinking of where I want to go. Do I want it vertical? Do I want it horizontal? You want to show them what you're doing? This is what Kelly's doing. Yeah, and that means we are going vertical. So, all right. Now I heard peonies. Let's see if I can bring her down a bit. Bring her down. I
Are
heard.
you selling this painting?
Yeah.
Yes, it is for sale.
Look how much 16 by 20s are on my website.
Okay.
Come on. I hate this easel.
It's just never been easy.
It's not.
It's never been easy.
I will be happy to leave this easel behind because I can't get it to go down. Or we're just going to do this. Look, now I'm just up higher. Look at that. Was just so much easier. All right, so I heard peonies. I heard vase. You're gone. I can't hear them.
was gonna get some real quick.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm gonna solicit from the crowd. Why not solicit from, this is like one of those stories when you were a kid and you had to make it up. If you turn to page 27, the story goes this
Choose
way.
your own adventure.
Let's put her there. Can you see her? I was trying to make it so you could see her. Those were chiming in. What are you doing? She's
Don't
looking.
worry
I'm
about
hot.
me.
I just had one sip of a drink and I'm already having a hot flash. What the hell's that? All right, my pants are falling down. Or not. All right. All right. Florals, what are they saying?
Okay,
I know they got something to say.
Kirsten will be drinking if she has some of this. Yummy elderflower, a boob sounds good vertical. Dahlias! Can we have one more close up of Frida?
Yes, sure we can. I figured you needed more Frida time. Here we go. My Frida looks sad. All of my ladies, every time I paint, they're always anxious. That's why it looks like me. It's always got anxiety.
But you don't have a lot of anxiety.
Maybe I should leave this one up here like this as I'm painting, and then they can kind of see.
Can you put her, prop her up on that one, on that flower?
This is where I had her. Well, and I also can kind of do two things. I heard somebody say I've got all these unfinished paintings.
Mm-hmm.
I really can show them the technique that I like to use with the thick paint and thickening paint with the florals. I feel like this one is a hotter mess, so maybe I should use this one. And then if they say absolutely not, don't do that, then I can not do that too. So I'm putting this one up here. So this was a class, I think actually Kirsten might have been in this one. Somebody might have been in this one. This was an abstract florals that was a second painting that I was demoing on to show how to get like a dark background or whatever, but I can totally change this. But what I was really thinking is there's so many people out there that have paintings that are not finished, and you think, you need to keep driving the vehicle down the unsuccessful road to the painting that got you stuck in the first place. And I'm here to tell you that you don't. You can put it aside and come back to it just with a different set of eyes and a different mindset, and maybe change up something just a little bit different. So I'm going to show you how I get the really thick texture to my paint, which might be fun for several of you. If you're interested in the look of oil painting but don't want to use oil, this is kind of how I do it. And I also paint with the catalyst wedge. If you've never painted with a catalyst wedge, that's another way I get my texture. So I think maybe that might be fun to do, and then I guess I'll just do whatever on the next one. But if everybody's okay with that, I will go ahead and start mixing up some paint. I might even have Kelly as my assistant. I might have you set up just another Stay Wet palette so that as I'm mixing color, I can put it into the extra in the palette.
Sure.
Do you mind?
You want
Just grab a brand new one over there with a new sponge and new paper. This way I'm cleaning off my palette here. I like to keep the colors. Those of you that are in Inspiration Wednesday, or you might see my tutorials on Patreon, sometimes I'll take a lesson like this and use the paint color to do something else, especially if it's skin tones. I can totally do a person, or I work in my Altered Book of Real Women with that. So I save that paint. Don't ever throw it away. It's another painting in the making. I call them cast-off paintings, but they're not anywhere not important. I call them cast-off paintings because it's like I always end up making something more prolific with the leftover paint because I'm not focused on making one thing. I'm actually just using up paint. I feel just freer. So that's what I'll do with that. I'm going to scrape off my palette here, getting a scraper. I should probably put the camera down on my palette so you can see what I'm doing. And then if you're like, I don't want to see what you're doing, there's always that. So this is a gloss palette. I love using gloss palettes. This is a scraper knife. It's a really bad one, apparently. I picked the worst one in the bunch. It's jacked up. So don't use that one. Stay right there. Don't go anywhere. It's my favorite thing to do is just to take the paint off the palette.
Okay.
I guess I'll just use a razor blade.
Alright, do you want me to put...
The paper is in the palette over there. It's like lift up that bottom palette, and there's the pack is in it. Okay, when you don't have a razor that works, you just actually grab a razor and try not to cut yourself. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? That's my favorite thing to do is to scrape off the dry paint. Yes. And it's a clean palette again, especially in acrylic. I do this with oil too, but in oil it stays wet, so in acrylic, it makes these nice, I'm sure somebody out here can be like, let's put that in an art piece. That's an art piece collection waiting to happen there. All right, so I think it would be really fun if I solicited from you. Here's the painting as it is. What would you like me to change? I will go totally on it. Based off what you have as recommendations. If you don't think the flowers should be pink, they should be orange, the background should be purple, the table should be yellow, whatever it is, I'll kind of work with that and I'll show you how I will kind of evolve with it. So, Kelly, if you don't mind, thank you for doing that.
What else do you need?
Did you wet this?
Yeah.
Fabulous. That's it. So I'm going to solicit them.
What else?
That's it. If you don't mind just reading their comments as to what they're going to say, they want that background green again. I know they are.
Okay. Diana asks, Donna, do you paint the sides to finish your painting? Yes, she does.
Sometimes, but a lot of times I float frame my canvases, so I don't always paint them. But yes, sometimes I do.
Lynn wants you to go Vincent on it.
Ooh, nice and thick. So turquoise, yellows. Turquoise and yellows. I gotta tell you, I kind of like that. So I'm gonna stop there. So Vincent used cadmium yellow. So I'm gonna have to get that out. I bet you I could use some of that turquoise though for Vincent.
Turquoise is hippie soul's favorite color. Jeannie says maybe keeping some of the blue, but maybe background. Beefed up.
Beefed up, girl.
Beef, girl.
I'm gonna do that yellow. I gotta move some of this stuff. I walk myself into a little corner. I'm gonna do this sienna because of that yellow, but I'm definitely gonna go in with not only the heavy medium. Oh, you can't see me, duh. With the heavy medium, but I'm also gonna go with a super heavy gesso, which if you watched this week's Patreon, you noticed I just fell in love with super heavy gesso and used it in a totally different way that made my day. So he used a little bit, I'm even going to use a little bit of that light ultramarine because he did use a little bit of purple in his work. And I feel like this palette right here is also making purple and yellow are complements. So you should have them in your work anyway. Turquoise. What turquoise do I want to use? I guess there's only one turquoise. Cobalt teal. I also have to show this funny. Maybe I don't have it in here. I had a tub of cobalt teal. I put it out in the garage already. Here it is. Here's my teal. White.
Ina wants to learn how you use the wedge.
Oh, good.
Stacy says yes, turquoise and yellows.
Yes.
Rebecca, I actually saved your shavings from a workshop and made a journal page.
Of course you did.
Nerd alert, is what she said.
I'm taking Prussian blue out. Why? I don't know.
Kirsten, I love the idea of turquoise and yellow. Jeannie, is heavy gel and heavy medium the same?
I believe it is. Are they two different brands? Sometimes different names, like different brands. Liquitex calls it one thing and Golden calls it another, but it's all the same. This is the heavy. They also make extra heavy gel medium as well. Now, this is where this Catalyst Wedge is really going to do its thing. So, do you see how much medium I'm putting down there? I'm going to make myself some colors. If I'm going to use these colors, it's not okay to just use them out of the tube. Okay, again, it's okay, but it's not okay. So, I'm going to make new colors.
While you're mixing, can you answer Diana's question? What colors do you mix to make a bright turquoise?
I don't understand. What's a bright turquoise?
Actually, I'm going to look that up for you, Diana.
Because it's hard to mix. I don't know what a bright turquoise is. I feel like cobalt teal is a bright turquoise.
Yes, cobalt teal from the golden is great. But Diana, I'm going to look that up on the color chart right now.
It might just be mixing, like mixing your own color to make it more yellow or to make it more green versus blue.
Jeannie, can you mix gouache and acrylic?
Isn't gouache
That's
in a palette
based, isn't it?
No, I don't think you can.
No, I have to say
every time I say no, somebody finds a reason why you can.
I would say no.
So I just made golden mustard. Spicy golden mustard. And I'm going to make this lighter. Now here's where I do the fun thing. Liquitex Super Heavy Gesso. Now I could add white, and I do have white on there. Or I can add Liquitex Super Heavy Gesso. It's exactly that. It weighs like a lead brick, and it's even thicker, I believe, than this medium here. I'm going to make a clean palette. And I'm going to put this out there. So now this, the reason why this is important to know is that Liquitex Gesso, super heavy gesso in general, unless you're buying specifically a clear gesso, is white. So it will make your paint a tint. Does that make sense? So if you want a bright color, going back to what the previous question was, do not mix white into it. White is instantly a dulling color because it makes a tint. So I'm just going to take a little bit of that aside and put some of this in there. Yes.
Teal gouache in a tube, but no acrylic teal. Oh, I think she's doing it with you. I don't know, Jeannie. I'm looking at the color chart right now, and if you have cobalt teal and cobalt blue, that makes a gorgeous turquoise. Also, cobalt teal and a phthalo blue is gorgeous if you mix those together. And if you mix a cobalt teal and cerulean blue.
And I'm putting a little bit of Prussian blue into this yellow. I don't know what I'm going to get.
All right, what are you doing? The Prussian blue?
Into this raw sienna cadmium yellow mix.
Ooh.
So this should make some kind of interesting greenish
mustard,
like an olive green. But being that there are stems, I thought, why not make, since Kelly is the inspiration for making green, that's a nice olivey kind of green. I'll put this in there.
What colors are at 1 and 2 o'clock on your palette?
This and this.
Yeah.
So this is light ultramarine blue.
Okay.
I'll show you that light ultramarine blue and cobalt teal.
And what is the golden medium on the palette?
The golden medium is heavy gel medium. So gel medium is the same consistency of heavy bodied paint. Gel medium and pigment make heavy bodied acrylic. Heavy gel medium is that much heavier than heavy bodied paint, so it makes it even thicker, but doesn't change the color. So I'm using that to make my paint almost the consistency of an oil paint. That is a really interesting color that I made. It's like baby poop green.
I was going to go there, but I didn't want to be crazy.
But I think I'm going to really like it as a shadow of the green, of the yellow.
I love that. It's so muted.
Let's see if I can't make an interesting, I'm putting the super heavy gesso into a little bit of the color and see if I can't make a light muted color. Whoops.
So Stacy says, from what I've learned, gouache has to be applied very thinly or it can crack. Yes, I have heard that too, Stacy.
I've never worked with gouache.
I haven't in 25 years.
It's kind of a different color. All right, so I've got this yellow here. Let's work on the teal. I'm not even cleaning my palette because this just makes it homogenized again. These all become cousins because they all share the yellow DNA. You can tell I have science, kids. So this is cobalt teal and Prussian blue. I chose Prussian blue because it was just a dark blue, but you could use anthraquinone blue, you could use Payne's gray, just whatever you're feeling. Do you know what I'm saying? Just feel it out. I'm gonna put a little bit more turquoise in this, even though it's picking up some of that yellow. I just think the color mixing, you end up with colors that people can't identify. And if anybody is from scrapbooking, you will totally understand when I say, you know how when you use distress ink, you're like, oh, that's shabby shutters. Oh, that's broken china. You don't want people to do that with your paint color either.
Ooh, what'd you just do with that?
I'm making a mess with whatever's on my palette, and I'm just making cousins. And so, yeah. And then I'm going to put
This will be really,
a Van Gogh-y palette.
really fun.
I think so. Now, can I make something with it? Who knows? But I'll have a really pretty color palette to work from.
I'm loving that yellow-green.
The baby poop?
Yeah.
And so here's the thing. The people ask, do you do this all the time? I do. I really like making my palette, making the colors. It's great inspiration. These palette colors right here are not out of the tube. If somebody asks, how did you make that color? I don't know. I have to record it so I can remember what I made.
You know what I do?
What?
I write it down.
I can't do that. I'll forget.
I write it down as I do it.
Yeah, but you're just really a good person.
Not really, but I find that helps. Edie would like a Brentwood cameo.
Oh, Brentwood, yeah. You're being called upon. Edie's going to be here Monday.
Yeah, she's on the road.
But you have to stick your head in my paint palette.
Where?
Here you go.
Well, hello.
You're like, but I don't see anybody. Yeah, it's true.
Well, I know they're there.
They're there.
Hello, Edie.
He's also our bartender.
I'm digging this blue.
The blue I just made?
Mm-hmm. That's really.
You know, even just looking at my palette, right now it looks like Starry Night. With the yellow and the blue. Again, these are all going to be cousins because they're all bound by yellow DNA. Because like you see me picking it up, it's still on my palette knife. You can get some of that off.
They're all saying hi to Brentwood now.
Oh. Brentwood's like, I don't know what to do. What do you mean, huh? Hello? Oh, got a whole bunch of color in that one. It's all going to be okay because now it's going to work. We just did a class last weekend, a floral class, and we learned about making one color to homogenize every color in your palette. So in the class we did a purple, and every color got a little bit of that purple in it to make a really interesting color palette. So
Yeah, you know what I call that?
what?
A host.
Oh, I call it a mother color.
And I know, I've been hearing you say that all day, and in my mind, I'm saying host.
Host. It is a host. I feel like yours doesn't sound as much like a swear word.
It wouldn't.
Yeah, I think that's why I don't choose to use that, because mother color sounds like, you mother color.
I think that would be a great t-shirt.
Look, I have to hold this up. I'm not done mixing because I haven't used that ultramarine blue, but look at how pretty that color palette is becoming.
It's making me so happy.
So again, this was raw sienna. Yes, raw sienna and cadmium yellow. That's all this was. And then this was a little bit of white. Actually, it was the super heavy gesso, a little bit more super heavy gesso. This was putting a little bit of the not Payne's gray, the Prussian blue in there. This was the teal with some Prussian blue, more Prussian blue, and then this is this color with more white. So I'm just playing around with values, and I really think that color palette already looks like Van Gogh.
I am just having an emotional reaction to it.
Oh, all right.
Have you missed me?
I missed you. All right, this is that light ultramarine blue. It's pretty on its own. I know it is. But I've got all these colors already on my palette, so now it can be a cousin.
They're loving it.
Could be a cousin. I'm going to make this, I'm going to put a little bit of that Prussian blue in this to just see what we get. It might not be an exciting color. It is resonating like an interesting blue periwinkle purple, so I'm going to give a shout out to Ina for that. And I've got all kinds of color now in there, so now it's truly a cousin. Nothing like color value in breeding. I like that color. Yes, I do. All right, and just to show you the difference, see how that reads like a little bit like a periwinkle, a purple? I like it. I like it lots. All right, well, what are we going to do to that? Do we mix a little yellow in that? What happens? That's the other question. What happens when you mix a little yellow in that? I don't know. Let's find out. This is the sienna. It could be a hot mess, or it could be the best thing we've ever done. It's kind of like a mud, but you need mud for your colors to be vibrant. So I'm going to go with it's a dark mud.
I am loving it.
You love muted colors too.
That's my jam.
So this is actually like a gray periwinkle. And I'm going to get some more of the... Oh, didn't mean to do that. More of the medium out, because I'm going to need to make that thicker to have as much fun as I want to have and show you how to use that catalyst wedge. Yeah, that's a really interesting mud. And again, I'm going to say this. Mud is so important to your paintings. You need to have mud as a resting area. It balances out the bright color. If you love bright colors, you need to learn to embrace the mud. So just to show you, it's kind of like a grayish mud. It's grud. Now, how do I make this lighter? Because we're going to need something a little bit lighter. So let's just wipe off my palette knife, go back into that. I'm going to take that super heavy gesso, mix that in because it's white. It's going to give it some tooth, grit. I find it falls a little bit short with the white, but in comparison to the other colors, I think it'll look nice. And I might have to make another green just to have it for the stems if we're doing plants. Now this looks a lot like that lighter blue, so I'm just going to make a little bit lighter version of it just to see if I can't make it something much more pale. I'm going to go into the regular white too, just to give it some more tint. Just a little too close to the other value that I have in there. And again, I use the word value as the lightness and the darkness of color.
They're loving it.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about. See how it's just it was really close to the color above it. So now it's a little bit lighter. But we'll see how that goes. And certainly I can use the straight color as well. It's just more exciting. I could just pour the straight color out of the tube if I do want it. I wanted to make another green, so I'm going to take some of this and the yellow. I think the first color I used, the raw sienna, and now I still got mud. They're all cousins because they're picking up colors of other colors. And the other question I get asked a lot too is, what if you need that color again? I will never need that color again. I'll just make a new color. It kind of gives me an opportunity to add more color into my piece. So this is just the gel medium, the clear, heavy. I'm going to make it thicker. I really like this color, Kelly. Prussian blue and cad yellow.
You know, when you add
cadmium yellow to just, it really changes so much.
I like that.
It just creates like a whole new vibe when you add that to colors. It's just so cool.
I do like cadmium. I'm going to add a little bit more to this light leafy green color just to see if I can't give it a little bit more personality. And usually people are surprised that I don't clean my palette in between. Again, that goes back to cousins. I just want them to all kind of be related. And that's how I
Oh yeah, I like that.
do it. That's a nice color. And then people say, like, somebody inevitably is going to say, what color green is that? And I just go, Sure is. It's definitely green.
Yeah, but these colors are really awesome.
So, just show you that now. This process of mixing colors is invaluable. There is no correct way to mix colors. You see me, I'm on the fly. I put a certain amount of colors. You said Van Gogh, I put 5 colors out on my palette and I just started mixing them. I could have just stayed with 5 colors and made something very flat and uninteresting, but by mixing colors together to make this dynamic array of colors, this will make my work be more interesting, and you want a work to pull the viewer in, and a lot of times color is what does it. So by putting these interesting colors in there, this is a great way to do it. The other thing I just want to talk about really quickly as I get gel medium on my hand is I lost my train of thought. What did I want to talk about really quickly? I don't know now. I lost my train of thought. I should probably have a drink. I do want to have a little bit of a darker color as well. So I'm going to make sure that I put some of that raw sienna on my palette because I like that pure color as well. And if you look, I'm just putting it right there to see how that is just darker. That was the pure color raw sienna next to the yellow. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. When you're mixing colors, there is no reason why I can't mix these colors together to get a third color or, a 10th color. After mixing, this green and this green together, I'll get a third green, or this green and that green. So you can even play with and mixing on the palette you've already mixed.
So Valerie is asking, so is what she's doing now how the skin tones are created?
Correct. Exactly the way we did it. We just chose skin tone based colors. I'm going to take the paint from that pretty turquoise we made earlier and just scrape it off and put it in this palette too. Actually, I think I should probably beef it up a little bit. Oh, and now it's going to become a cousin because I put it in there. Is everybody else okay?
Yeah, everyone's good. They're just enjoying your,
Look, and now this color will not be disjointed because it's got all the other colors mixed into it. And that's how we do it, people. That's how we make the extended color family.
I'm so excited about this.
And look at how nice that looks in there. Ooh, that's pretty. All right, and we're not wasting paint. Although I have made a hot mess. Sometimes when I have so much paint, I have to scrape it on the side of this because I do have a ton of paint on there. All right, I'm going to take this white bit, put that in there, and I'm going to also take any of the leftover lots of colors. So like this, turquoise, put that in there, dark blue. I know, Donna, you're making all those colors mixed together. It's all right. It's all good. So now what do we do with the wedge, the catalyst wedge? This is my favorite way to paint. I can't wait to share it with you. All right, so many of you that have taken my classes, you have seen this in the works, but Ida has actually taken my classes and she said she'd like to see it again. So that gives me hope that you'll really enjoy this process. So I am going to maybe switch these. That's what I'm going to do. Take this off. You'd think that would be easier than it really was. All right, and there's our painting. So using the catalyst wedge. What is a catalyst wedge? This is a catalyst wedge. It is this amazing tool that I've had for a million years and didn't really know what to do with it until just recently. So about 2 years ago, I was working on a piece and I got frustrated and I got pissed and I picked up this wedge and I started making marks and destroying it. And at that point I realized, oh my God, this is a painting tool and I love it. So out of anger, out of destroying a piece, I found the love for this. Now, if you don't have this, the other things that I actually will teach with, because I do understand that not everybody is going to come to painting with this enormous wedge as easily as I have, because I've been working with it for several years. But Catalyst makes these smaller tools. You might find it easier to leave the same mark making, because that's really what we're doing. We're changing the tool to make a different mark in our painting. This will not look like a brush. You'll pick up more paint, you'll lay it down differently, you'll use angles, all of those kinds of things. So if this is too cumbersome, which I fully expect for many of you it might be, especially if you're painting small, these tools are the next best thing. All right, has anybody got any questions before we start? Are you nervous? I'm going to see if I can't move you really close, because this texture becomes the main character of this storyline, and I don't want you to miss a thing. We all good?
We're just mesmerized.
Oh, awesome.
Valerie's mesmerized.
Is this angle good enough? Or do you want me to move it back a little bit more? Hello.
Yeah, I don't know, because I'm lagging a little bit.
All right.
So
All right. So this is a painting that was in its mapping stage, and you probably, even in its hot messness, can recognize how it's in that mapping stage. This looked a lot like Frida when I was putting those first layers on the background. This one might have a couple more layers. I was demoing how to layer on this side, but it is still rough and choppy. When you have pieces like this that are left abandoned, because that's what they are, they're abandoned, and we don't feel good about abandoned paintings. We put all this work into them and then we just fall flat or really get upset because we can't figure out how to finish it and we don't like anything we're doing. So I always say put them aside. Do not, just like Ellen said, never put a painting in the trash. Just save it for the day that inspiration is waiting for. And today apparently is the day, because this has been sitting in the classroom for at least 2 months. And today we're going to work on it. So I don't have to look at this painting and try to make dark blue or pink. We all decided we were going Van Gogh themed. So I made a whole slew of Van Gogh colors. So if I look at this as more of a sketch that's already there, I can just pile it on and kind of make some decisions as I go. All right, so let's kind of start playing. I always like to start at the flowers. I feel like flowers are, the reason why I started painting flowers when I started painting was because they gave me the freedom to express. I wasn't ready to find my voice. I was trying to find it, but I hadn't found it yet, and flowers gave me this reason to start painting and being free. I think I'm going to make these flowers yellow. And I'm not going to start with bright yellow. I'm actually going to start with the dark yellow. I might even start with the raw sienna. So I am going to use the catalyst wedge to lift up some color. So I've gone into the direct raw sienna. And this is how much paint I've picked up on my catalyst wedge. A lot. And this wasn't mixed with anything. This was right out of the tube. So I'm going to decide, okay, flowers, they're going to be yellow now because you said Van Gogh wanted me to paint yellow sunflowers. And here they come. So I am putting down this dark, thick, look at how thick, that is thick. I always put a flower on the table. Those of you that are familiar with my work, you know there's always a dead flower on the table. I'm sure that says something about me, not well, but I like it. And I'm also, like I did with the brush, not painting donuts. Again, tons of paint. This is just straight raw sienna. And I'm just finding the darkest areas, which would be the bottom of the flowers. And I'm just putting a dark, basically a mark, because this tool allows me to mark make. And that's what's exciting to me about this catalyst wedge. Again, loading it up with color. When we have, this one doesn't have the thick medium in it, but when we have the thick medium, it'll start to make sense. It was kind of an afterthought. All right, so I've got yellow in there on most of the flowers. Okay, now I'm going to go into what is that first yellow that we made here. So it went to that raw sienna, and this is that first mixture that was cad yellow and raw sienna.
I think they want you to maybe move it back just a tad.
Move it back a tad?
Yeah.
Better.
Is that okay, everybody?
I'm going to put that in there. You can see the difference already. Look at how much paint I have on the edge of the wedge. Now when I paint, I'm not using it as a squeegee like that. I'm kind of using it horizontal, pressing it and pulling it. So what I mean by that is I'm pressing it and pulling. I'm twisting my hand. I'm changing the mark making. Probably need to get more color, but I'm using value as I do this. So I went in with the darkest color. And now I'm still using that next darkest color, or next lightest color, I guess. This is still that raw sienna and cad yellow mixture, and this has the gel medium in it. So you can really see the texture, and I'm just gonna bring you really close to it for a second, just so you can see already the texture. Can you see how much paint is left on there? It's really thick marks. And you can't overblend at this point. It's like impossible. If you are an overblender, use a wedge. You can't overblend. It's just an impossibility. Still going in. Put some there. Maybe some of the yellow will peek through. Maybe it won't. I'm kind of using them as a placement, but I think eventually they won't really represent that at all. I have extra on my wedge, so this is what I'm going to do. I just take it on the edge of the thing and I just kind of scrape it off so it goes back in there. I can take a baby wipe or a paper towel. You know, if you just want to clean it off, you can clean it off before you go to another color. I don't usually do that. You saw how messy I was when I use a brush, so. Now I'm going to go in to this color. This was the raw sienna and the cad yellow. This is the raw sienna, cad yellow, and white.
Rebecca wants to see this sponge.
Oh, Rebecca wants to see the sponge.
This is the sponge under the Stay Wet. It's in the palette, and you put the wet sponge in it.
And
then
it
you
comes
put
as a kit.
Yeah, I already dropped it in.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Hopefully that helped.
Yeah, it's a deal breaker.
It really is. Oh, yes. So that's really bright. I might want a middle color at some point to kind of bridge that jump, but I kind of like, and I like the pink coming out. Really, as far as mark making, this could be an abstract piece of art too. So like when I'm painting this doesn't have to be flowers and not abstract. This could be abstract and flowers. Ooh, when it does that smudgy thing, oh, that's a happy place. Smudge, mudge, like it. And there's a lot of texture underneath this because I started doing this in the class, so there's marks and stuff, so it's awesome. Yes?
How do you like it?
I'm going to go into the green now because I really want to. Everything's getting muddy, so I need to pump that up. I'm going to go into, now this was the cad yellow and Prussian blue, this dark green. I'm going to go in there with the stems. I'm going to be just as loose as I was before, so I'm going to go in here. I'm twisting, moving and twisting. You can see me twisting my hand. Go ahead.
Can I just talk about that green though, because you can't get that from a tube. There's nothing that can replicate mixing the colors to get that gorgeous green.
So you're a proponent of the mix.
Absolutely. It just makes me happy, and it's beautiful.
And I make things bigger, so you might think, geez, Donna, everything is like over the top and big, which is kind of my life anyway. But I like to edit. So I like to use the background to edit in around my piece. I'm going to go into the lighter green. Again, this was that same green, only it had some of that white super heavy gesso in it, so it's a lighter version. I'm going to do the same thing with the value scale on that. Notice how I don't cover everything up. I leave little bits of what came before it. This is not my refinement stage. This is still that mapping, playing, can get edited out, might stay. Should I stay or should I go now? I bet you don't even know that song, do you, Kelly? I bet you think this song is about you.
That in a recital.
He did?
So hush.
Woo, girl. It's no Willie Nelson.
Nope.
All right, so now I've done some flower work. I've done some stem work. Again, I should have taken a picture of this before I started. I'm going to do the background. I think it would be interesting to do the background, these turquoisey colors, and maybe the table, these dull blue colors. I mean, that's what I have in here. So I'm going to play around with that a little bit. I'm going to go into this dark turquoise, and that was that teal, cobalt teal, Prussian blue with a little bit more Prussian blue than this one. And then this was that phthalo green from before that we made a cousin once, twice, 10 times removed. So I'm going to start darker. This is that darker blue. It seems like the light's coming from this way already, so I might as well start with that. I'm going to edit. So I'm moving this tool to take this paint color and fill in and edit. Now this will not be the only pass through the background. And this is the vase. Do you see how I have like a white line going through? I'm going to keep that. That was like maintains the integrity of the vase that's there. It also saves space for it so I don't forget it later. I love when paint is wet on wet. If you're a watercolor artist, then you're probably familiar with working wet on wet. This is going to be really dull in the sense that it's kind of just one color, and I'm taking the texture out that I had there, but that's okay because we're changing this piece, and I might keep some of it peeking through, which is kind of fun as well. I'm going, and this is what I call editing. I'm shaping the flowers, the leaves, by just making marks around them. Sloppy, loose. My favorite way to be. Girl. Word on the street. Donna's loose.
You know, that really just adds so much dimension to the background.
We're gonna see. Can I maintain it? I'm gonna shape up that stem. And what I mean by shaping it up is I'm editing, I'm covering it up. It's not so wide, it's getting thinner, it's getting purpose. Again here, it's a hot mess, and I'm not sure if you can see that. I'll put you a little closer. Right here, I'm calling this the hot mess area. So I'm gonna clean this up. I'm gonna make that stem make sense. I'm gonna take away some of that noise around there.
So pretty against that yellow.
And I think the yellow has to be a little bit brighter. It's a little dull for my liking, but maybe that turquoise will help it too when I get to the turquoise in the background. How are they doing over there? I'm still on drink 1. Is anybody on drink 2?
Yeah, we're just complaining. Melissa has to leave and go to the grocery store about our kids
Oh,
having to eat every day.
jeez. They're a lot of work.
They are such work.
You're like, Donna, they're not even watching you. They could care less. Right now, we're dealing with COVID issues in children.
Well, mine have been fighting and texting me this whole time.
What are they fighting over?
The television.
Oh. Isn't there more than
We
one
only
television?
have 4. We only have 4, and I have 2 children.
I shouldn't have back. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'll keep it there. So what are they fighting over? Is it even a show worth fighting over?
They're fighting over the media room. Who can watch TV up there? It's ridiculous.
That's why.
And it's not like their dad's not there.
Yeah, but mom solves problems better. Dad probably said, call your mother. I kind of like a little bit of that pink and a little bit of that dark blue staying in there. It probably doesn't show up as much, but...
I do too.
I feel like some of those flowers really could deserve a nice little edit. I do.
Lynn is fascinated.
She is? All right. Well, if that's all that, if she's fascinated now, give me 30 minutes. All right, I am going into the turquoise color. That was teal and a little bit of Payne's gray. I'm not quite into that one yet, but I will be. So I'm going into that tealier. It's tealier. And I'm going to move this way. And I'm going to move it that way. I'm trying to figure out the best angle for y'all. Hopefully that one works. I'm still using the wedge the same way I was before to edit. I'm just kind of changing the color, making it lighter on one side. This will blend into the other side. Just working my way around. Notice how I'm not overworking, meaning I'm putting the color down and I'm kind of walking away. Wherever it lands is where it lands. You don't need to overthink it. You don't need to overwork it. I find the moment I just have a palette of color, the most freeing way to paint. It is, I know the color's good because I've already mixed them. I know that they're cousins. And it just takes all of the guesswork out of trying to make a painting feel good. If you don't like the colors, how do you know when you're mixing on the fly if you're going to like the colors together? And sometimes just that pre-mixing helps you really figure out, and you understand color better. You just become a better student of color and value. Notice how I'm starting to overlap. I've got that turquoise kind of now interjecting itself into the blue that we have there. I'm going to try to bring this over. I feel like the other blue that was there before was no match for the blues that we have now. So I think that by changing that background to a blue that looks better with the turquoise, it does a lot more good for the piece. Ooh, I really like what's happening right here. That's a happy place. And again, it's the wedge. You can see I'm still loading up color. This is not, I'm putting this disclaimer out there because I don't want anybody to be frustrated. I share this with you because I think it's important for you to know how I'm getting the marks. It's not just the tool, it's a lot to do with the fact that we mixed all that thickening agent in the paint too, because that's the way it will sit on the canvas as we're working around. So there's so many moving parts to this that you being able to render a flower is almost insignificant to you being able to work color and work this tool. Everybody doing okay?
Yeah, Kirsten just poured her glass.
We're back at wine.
Ellen's working on her papers and stamping. I'm thinking that she is inspired by her Elizabeth St. Hilaire work.
Oh, I bet.
And Rebecca's on her third glass.
Nice.
But she's also digging the pink.
I am too. This is that lightest color. Remember, this was that green that we made earlier? I'm gonna have to slowly work that in because I went all in right there and I'm not sure I really wanted to. Ooh, I just had a little baby orgasm. I love that so much, and it's got some yellow in it, and I think I just came in my pants.
Oh, okay.
I love it that much.
Well,
I'm so glad
I do, really. It's,
that, I mean, you just get so excited
Oh
with
my
your
God,
florals.
I-
But I have to say, I love your approach to them. I love to watch you paint florals. I, myself, I just can't do it, but I just love watching you do it.
you can, don't say you can't. What kind of inspiration are you being? You have to say you could. Maybe you're just not interested because you
Well-
like abstract.
Yeah, but I was actually, it's so funny. I was thinking of you this week. I was at home and I was like, ooh, this painting needs something floral and I can't do it.
I'm going to bring it to Donna.
And so I thought of you like, damn, maybe I should take a workshop.
Who do I know that paints florals? So I'm gonna just stop just to talk about, the question was posed, could we do some abstract? What I'm doing here, even though it's representational of florals, this is like abstract mark making. When an abstract person comes to the canvas, they use their mark as emotion, and their marks are basically statements on how they carry the person around the piece. And what you see happening here is the color is starting to shift and move you around the piece as you're looking at it. So that is abstract in its purest form. If you're like, no, I wanted to do pure abstract, that's fine too. That's not, but this is how I would approach abstract in the same way I'm doing it here. I'm going to go into that teal color because I feel like that's just too dark over there. I'm just going to add a little bit more.
Jeannie's painting along so quiet, but it's going great. Thank you. And Rebecca, question. Donna talked about donut flowers. So I have her original with the black and white base with round flowers and love it so. What's the difference between the donut and the round flowers? You basically just answered it with how you're
The angles, getting some angles in there, playing around with color. A lot of times when you do anything in a circle, it immediately flattens. Think about if I just took a piece, actually I should just do it here. I should just do a sample. Because why say it if I'm not going to show it? So just a little tangent here as I move this back, and I'll show you that answer. I think that'll stay. If not, who knows? All right, so here's a donut flower. I'm going to go into a different color just because I have it over here. Here's donut. Those are donuts. Here is what I'm calling the angle. So I can make a donut, but I can make them angular donuts. And it's just a matter of the brushwork. Does that make sense? Anytime you do this, it flattens. But if you can wield an angle, then all of a sudden it's more interesting. Did that work? I'm liking the color palette on this so much better than I liked the color palette before. So thank you for the Van Gogh inspiration. All right, so what am I doing now? Let's work on the table. The table is white, and I'm not really loving the white. I need a shadow color. Shadows can be any color. In this case, I think I'm going to make it dark blue because that's the dark color I have. So why not go with it? And that's that dark blue that I made originally. So let's just go with that. I might change it, but who knows? I'm still using the wedge, but notice I don't have tons of it on there. I'm going to kind of go around this and kind of feather it out a little bit first so I can get the shape that I want. And this is just like dry brushing, but with a catalyst wedge. If I can do it again, see if I can't shape that outline.
Yeah, it's just really.
Gotta have to give some flower, some shadow too because that's on the table. We can't forget dead flower. Did everybody know I have dead flowers in my work all the time? They're like, God, that's so grim, Donna. Put some on the inside.
Symbolism.
So much. I'm putting some on the inside because the shadow, this is a glass vase. I'm going to show you how to paint glass. And the one thing you just need to know is when I did it originally, because I haven't touched the glass yet, I just left space for the glass. So you're actually seeing just not painted area around the vase. Can do detail work. That does take a little bit longer probably to practice with. The Catalyst Wedge I've been using, I think 2 to 3 years? 2 years. When did I do the O series? 2 years?
That was about a year and a half ago. I think 19 months to be exact.
19 months, as Kelly says, 19 months ago. Seems so long ago. All right, so I've got a shadow in there. I'm gonna wipe off my Catalyst Wedge on my pants. And I think I want to go in with that gray color. I think this will be the highlight color on the table, but I'm going to go with a dirty color first. May or may not like it, but there's only one way to find out.
Ellen says, yes, the flowers have so much more life. I couldn't agree more.
Nice. Well, it wasn't a finished painting to start, so it would make more sense because I probably did not put the thick. I wasn't at thick layer really. I was just starting, and some parts of it had thick layer. So this is that neutral. So for my mud makers, again, here is your free ride to mud. And I kind of like that the shadow was wonky, so I'm going to keep that a little bit. Dry brushing, moving paint, because I'm too lazy to lift up the piece. I think I might go back into this for a little wet on wet action. I know you like it when I say stuff like that, Kelly.
And that makes me so comfortable.
I know.
I think Rebecca's responding to your donut demo.
Yeah.
She said that was amazing. But wouldn't a donut be good right now, speaking of?
Donuts are always good. You know, Sunday we started a new tradition. Brentwood, Cole, and I, is that Sunday mornings we have Dunkin' Donuts. Wow. Yeah, it's big. Whenever we establish a new tradition, it's a big deal.
So
We have forgotten 2 of the last 5 weekends.
do you just get a dozen just for Cole?
You know, I could get just a dozen for Cole,
Because the
but
boy, he eats a lot.
no, I get a Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I get a chai for all 3 of us. There's a vanilla chai.
And Duncan?
Yeah, and we all like that. And then I get half a dozen donuts because the boy gets upset if we don't have donuts and we've gone to Dunkin' Donuts. And then because I don't really want the donut, I want like an egg something, so we get a little sandwich. It's a very expensive thing. Maybe that's why we don't go anymore. But it's nice.
You know, my children like the munchkins.
Mm.
And that's a lot of bang for your buck.
I'm going to say it is. But I feel like munchkins go down. Like, you know you've eaten a donut, you probably shouldn't have another. Munchkins, you're like 15 in and you're like, how many did I eat?
I like the kind that have like jelly in it.
We can't be friends. We no longer can be friends.
Because what, you just like a plain?
I like a cake donut, but jelly donuts, oh, they're such a disappointment. Get some chocolate in there.
No, anything. I fill it with anything.
Really? I could go cream, but a jelly donut, when you get the jelly donut, you're like, oh man, I got the jelly donut.
No, it's just a surprise. the other day, you know, there's a new Krispy Kreme facility that opened in Charlotte, and they have a 24-hour vending machine.
Please don't tell me you've been.
I've been. I haven't been. You know, we went at a regular time, but the vending machine is available for 24 hours a day, hot Krispy Kreme. But we went at a regular time, and I got
Like not COVID? Like
no,
regular
I mean,
time?
it was COVID, but I mean, we all had our masks on.
Well, you're like, I went at a regular time.
Regular, it's in like after dinner,
Oh.
which isn't even a good time to eat a donut. But we were
It
like,
is, isn't it?
we needed an outing. So I got a cake batter donut, and it was a cake donut filled with cake batter. And
Feels
it
like a
was
heart attack.
A lot of sugar. Like it immediately made me nauseated. It was just too much. But then I wanted another one. And by God, we ate that whole box before we got home.
Nice. I'm just going to tell them what I'm doing. I'm putting a little raw umber because that had raw umber before, and I kind of feel like I want that dirtiness.
Lynn would like a close-up, please, Donna.
All right, I can do that.
And Valerie doesn't know what a munchkin is.
Oh, where's Valerie from? She's from Australia?
Other than the munchkins and the Wizard of Oz.
Maybe she's from Australia.
Valerie, where are you? Valerie.
All right, I'm going into the lighter blue now on that table, and just to show you really quick, this is the blue that I went into, and now I'm going to highlight with this lighter. So it's going to be like a little bit light. Oh, that was too much. That was retreat. And so I'm adding light. I added shadow. And I'm kind of playing around. I'm not looking at a specific vase of flowers, so I get to kind of make it up as I go along.
Have you ever had duck donuts?
Yes.
Yeah. I just put that in.
But I like cake donuts. And I think you like yeast donuts. Is that funny?
Oh, she's in Georgia. She's from California. Oh.
Now I'm just making a hot mess, but I'm loving it. I love how there's a little bit of green in the table still. I feel like I keep going back and forth over what color I want this table. Is everybody good with the close-up? Can they see?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Probably donuts right now.
Well, donuts are way more important. I get it. I'm going to go back to that brown. Put some of that brown inside of the vase. Just because it would have like a shadow in here. See if I can't make something darker or not. It's really wet now, so it's fighting me. Oh, I kind of like that little scuff mark it made.
Rebecca's eating dark chocolate pistachio crusted toffee with red wine.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
That's like a good Saturday afternoon snack.
Well, guess what? You know what today is?
Saturday.
It is.
She had Winchell's donuts. Ooh, yummy.
You had her a donut.
I guess because it's raining here. I guess it's comfort food donuts. What happened to your donut holder?
Oh, I sold it.
Oh, God. Really?
Yeah. You think I can leave a donut holder out with my son?
Oh, my God. Cole, can you even have a
can't have a donut hole. There's no sense in putting them out and displaying them unless you can say, no, they're for the students. I don't like that. Retreat. Take it away. Bring it back. Push and pull. Dance. I need to get more paint on my thing because that's better. Making a mess there, but
Today we got bagels.
we did.
Speaking of round things,
But don't make bagel flowers either.
but we had bagels before we did this.
We really did. And you tell them how long you waited in line to get me bagels, which was so sweet of you.
I waited a good 30 minutes, Donna.
Yeah, you did. So the other thing that I really like to do when it comes to something like this is get rid of the table line and confuse the viewer. So I'm going to go into that light blue. Hope it's the right thing to do. I don't know if I'm going to like it, but I like to take the line and not make it so hard and overlap some areas. I do like it sloppy. I like it pixelated. Again, going back to the, abstract. Ooh, look at how pretty that yellow, just that spot of yellow in there by accident. That makes me happy.
Love it.
I have a little bit of that on here. Maybe I like that too.
Jamie is so tense with her painting. She's so worried about messing up.
Bigger brush or catalyst wedge.
And you can't mess it up.
You really can't.
You can always fix it.
I was trying to make a little bit of a curve because I feel like this jar needs a curve. So I'm trying to figure out how to get that neck in there.
Ellen says this is fabulous, Donna. So alive.
Don't you just love Ellen? Oh, I have that ugly green. Remember I have that ugly green right there that I made that looked like baby poop? I don't even know if that's on camera, but I'm going to put that green in there. See if that, ooh, interesting.
Her yard of cat is in the way.
She does have a yard of cat.
She has I know it is a cat, but it is as big as a dining room table. Right, am I wrong?
It is.
It's enormous.
It's, what is it, Maine Coon?
I think they gave it Miracle Grow, and it's just huge.
I'm mixing a new color here. I kind of want to have more of this color going over here.
Valerie's loving the way you muted the table edge. Oh my God, Donna, you should look at it on the screen. It looks really good. And it looks good in live too. But like on the screen, you can really see the value.
That's too far. Oh,
Right?
yeah. I'm going to put some, now that I look at it like that, I'm going to use that light teal and I'm just going to put a little of that. I like to throw in, oh, might be interesting to take a surprise color. I didn't use that periwinkle
Say
color.
bye to Ina.
Bye, Ina. This is that periwinkle color. It's probably not showing up as well from far away, but I think I'm just going to pop it in. Why? No reason. How about that? Absolutely no reason to pop that in there. Just because I can. I like that mark right there. I think
Angelica thinks it's very pretty.
Thank you, Angelica. I'm not sure where to go with it now. I kind of like the white line looking like a glass, but I don't necessarily. want.
You know, to be honest with you, I think it's in a good spot.
I just want to not make it look so raw. You know what I mean? And I want to put a water line in it, which would be white, and I'm going to use a little bit of.
Yeah, it's a Maine Coon. And Stacy says that she loves the colors. And I do too. I think this is just a yummy palette.
Trying to make water. Maybe with that dull gray. Might be a better one to go in with. And then some white. That's a lot of white. I don't like that mark I made. It was a little too blendy. I kind of like the choppiness, but I'm not sure where I'm going with it. I feel like it's not, needs to come up more over here, like it's wonkified. This needs to kind of curve up a little bit more. Ooh, there's a lot of paint there.
So we're almost at 4.
Okay.
So do you think, what are you thinking? Just wanted to let you know.
Could you be more specific in the question you're asking?
Well, I just think it's just almost done.
Yeah, it probably is. Okay, so let me turn this over to y'all. If there's anything in there that you're like, you know what, Donna, you're not seeing this and this is pissing me off. Oh, yes. Oh, that just made
I know. I just
feel
put that
good.
in there. I said,
That made me
is it
feel.
almost done, or would you like to feel her? Would you
like to feel me?
Yeah. Would you like to see her add more to it? I think it's done, but that's just me.
Would it be bad if I wanted to just pop some cadmium yellow?
No.
Okay, good. This is be just straight cadmium yellow at this point. Try to get some brightness in there. I don't know if I'm gonna like it, but I'm gonna be soft with it. Just in case it's not my happy place. What do you think? Do you like the pop of yellow in there?
I do. Her hippie soul thought you were doing sunflowers.
I guess it didn't end up being sunflowers, did it? I guess I could make one a sunflower. Let's see if I can't turn one of these bad boys into a sunflower.
Yeah, Angelica agrees with me
What?
that it's almost done.
Okay. But didn't I have to make sunflower?
Valerie says she's almost ready for the signature. Loves the pop of yellow.
All right, let me put a little dark center in the center of that guy and see if that doesn't look more like a...
And right now, it looks like it's 9 o'clock at night outside.
I know, isn't that weird?
It's so dark. It's that hurricane. The sky is falling.
I think it might be Brentwood. Or it might be Brentwood falling.
Oh my gosh. I do like to watch you do florals. It's very relaxing.
Will that qualify as a sunflower, you think? Does that have
To me, it
sunflower
does.
like tendencies?
I think so. It's the acorns.
Is it really? Or is it hail? Or is it a small herd of natives attacking the window?
Wow.
All right.
Gosh, this weather is crazy.
Okay, I got one sunflower. Ish. I'm gonna sign it. That's beautiful. Oh, thank you.
I love that white right there on the bottom of the vase.
Yeah, that was my mess up. Ooh, listen to that.
Oh,
That's gonna be hard to sign then. Ooh,
Well,
it is
she
coming.
likes the sunflower. And,
Sometimes I forget, so I'm glad you reminded me. I did say sunflower when I started.
Ellen says she's doing sunflowers with a wedge. Eek. And Stacey likes the tiny bit of blue in it. Yeah, I do too, Stacey. It really just added to it. Love it.
Are there questions on this one? Concerns? Marital issues they want to air with the group?
Marital issues. Ugh.
Wow, that
No
was
thank
really, really telling, Kelly. I don't like that signature, but I'm just going to leave it. It is what it is.
Donna, look at the sky now.
I almost put my brush in my drink. All right, should I give y'all a close-up of this guy and then you can kind of, I'd love to go back to Frida as well if she's dry and put a little bit of pastel on her. Any 2 cents?
Beautiful, love it. Ellen said, this is another problem I have with long-term watching. My earbuds died, so now I have to go to the plug-in earbuds. Anybody have a better solution?
Don't wear earbuds.
Oh, and Lynn is so sweet. Lynn says, there is no comparison to the piece that you started with.
To the Frida?
No, the painting before.
Oh, did she like the one before I painted on it?
No, there's no comparison. You added
Oh.
so much to it.
Oh,
It's,
that was awesome. Thank you.
I know. And how do you usually finish the sides of the canvas?
So it depends. If I'm gonna float frame it, sometimes I'll just paint them black because the frames are black. It just depends. I typically don't put the painting all the way around as well, so.
And then, can you show them the texture a little bit?
Yeah, let me move this back, and then it's easier for me to hold the canvas to you so I can turn the angle, because the texture is really delightful. And I think that's what I love about painting like that. And remember, the texture was because we put that medium in there. So it wasn't just the straight paint, but I don't know if you can see, get some light in there. All the juicy texture. It's really, like, look at that right there. Can you see just how thick just even spots like that are? Anybody else want, I kind of love the dead flower down here, the way that's all interacting. Does look kind of glowy.
I just love it's just very
Yellow in there.
expressive to me.
Yeah, somebody asked me the other day, actually one of the helpers, see how thick that is? One of the helpers around here was like, what kind of painting is this? And I was like, nude? He was like, no, what style? Because I wasn't sure what he was asking. And he was like, I was like, I call it expressionistic, so.
Totally expressionistic. It's just,
And I really love the color palette with that pink underneath there. You know, I was thinking, so let's even just go back to that, discuss a second. So when you have those cast off paintings you don't get around to finishing, you don't know what to do, you didn't really like where it was going, you want to modify it, never throw them out. This is a great example. All we did was kind of play around what was there, change the color palette. Yes, this color palette works so much better than it did originally. And maybe it's because it's teal. So yeah, I think that this piece has more energy. And that's another thing I want to talk about too. When we make good paintings, we know paintings are good if they have a couple things. And I know people always want a class on it, but it's not a class. It's something you practice in every single thing you do. So the first thing I feel is building energy and vibration. This has energy, it's vibration, it pulls you in. And just the fact that there's a dark, deep, rich color in there contrasted with this bright yellow, that's another play. That's what Van Gogh is so good at doing, pulling that juxtaposition of those colors, those lights, and those darks. The other thing is composition. You want to make sure that your subject fits on your piece well, and it also that it moves the viewer around. One of the reasons why there's always a dead little guy down there is because I find that, number one, he's more interesting, but number two, that's helping to move your eye around the entirety of the piece. Remember I talked about in the first Frida painting, the entire surface area is your painting. If you're going to sell a 16 by 20, by God, you better paint a 16 by 20. Does that make sense? So even this area over here, it's exciting. It's even in its texture, the way it moves with those colors in the value scale is what helps it get that excitement in there. So just wanted to bring that up because y'all brought it up a little bit earlier. You got something for me, Kelly?
no, it's good. I love it. I can't get enough of it. It's just gorgeous.
God, I
it
love
makes
her.
me so happy.
Well, I wanted to put just a little bit. I know we only have an hour left, and I probably only get to touch base on a lot of different things, which I probably will not get to finish an entire another painting. But I think while I'm doing this next thing, I want you to be thinking, what is it that you would really like to know? You can even start typing them in as you think of it, and I'll have Kelly just kind of be documenting them. So while I'm showing you just a little bit of pastel, I want you to be thinking, what is it that that eludes you? What can I help you with that's eluding you in your process? So think about that. And I am bringing out my pastels. Now I'm bringing these out. By the way, my palette still looks delicious. I love that. I'm bringing these out because these have been something that have really made me excited lately. And I don't know if it's just I remembered I had them and I started playing with them, and then all of a sudden, I can't not play with them. But soft pastels and hard pastels, just depending on what you like, are a great way to take an acrylic painting and give it something extra. Now this one's wet, so I'm just gonna put this aside. Do not do it on a wet painting. And this Frida might even be a little bit wet, so I might not do it all over her. But this background, I'm not gonna do it on her face. Maybe I won't do it. I say that and then I take it back, right? What I think is interesting, especially if you're a mixed media artist, number one, we love stencils. We love texture. We love color. That's what we are. That's what brings us to the canvas. It's what excites us. So why not play with what we already have there in acrylic by changing the media? You saw what happened when we changed the tool. The tool changed the entire piece. It made it pixelated, it made it heavier, it made it vibrate, it made it energy. It just, the mark making itself is a character in the narrative of that story. So this is brushwork. So it's almost, even though it's dimensional, it's a little one-dimensional as far as its mark making. So how do we pop that out? How do we give that something extra without trying to repaint it? And pastel is the way. So,
Real quick, Donna, one more time, what is added to the paint for the texture? Can you show that?
yes.
Yeah,
Let me show that. I've moved
Is it
it
right
a dozen times, yes. So, and you can see I painted on top of it. So here's a brush
Is it
shot.
on your Amazon? I can drop a link in.
Probably, but if not, you might just. So this is, now there's two. Let me just do a little walk because there is extra heavy gel medium too. And I don't know if I have any over there, but this is heavy gel, but I'm looking for the extra heavy, so don't go anywhere. No, that's not. One moment, please. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. No, what? I don't see.
What are you looking for?
I was looking for the extra heavy
Okay, I'm
gel
just gonna drop a
medium,
link
but
in.
this is just heavy golden. I'm sure Liquitex makes one. Regular gel medium is the same consistency of acrylic paint. So gel medium is heavy bodied acrylic paint. Heavy gel medium is just a little bit thicker. So this will give you some more texture. This is gonna make it lay more like an oil paint, but they also sell extra heavy gel medium, and the matte or the gloss is just the shine, if you want it shiny or not. I don't even care. Whatever they have, I buy. That said, I do want to mention again two other things. If you watched my Patreon lesson, The Journey of an Idea, the past 5 days, super heavy gesso has just changed my life. I'm mixing that like a white into the paint, and it's already so thick. I mean, I don't know if you've never used it before. It's not going anywhere. It's that thick. It's thicker than Vaseline. So I like to mix that in there because that's a nice texture as well. And the other item that I want to just really quickly talk about is the open medium. The open medium, so I painted in acrylic forever. I was afraid of oil. I didn't know how to work oil. Most self-taught artists do not jump directly into oil. People that have gone to art school never use acrylic, which is kind of funny, right? So Golden, in their effort to make sure they don't annihilate or alienate a certain sect of the creative population, they have come out with open paint. And I think I have a tube, maybe I don't. But it looks like a regular tube of paint, only it says open. That paint stays wet and workable longer. Meaning when you touch that paint, it's gonna kind of blend. Now it's not gonna reconstitute, but when you work wet and you wanna touch another color to kind of get these soft marks like this open medium will do that. Yes, you can use retarder. Yes, you can use glaze. This is the better option. This is a binding agent. It is the binder. You mix pigment with this and you get a tube of golden heavy bodied open paint. So this is the binder in it before it becomes paint or pigment. So this is just another important thing to know if you're trying to get the most out of your paint without it drying. And then of course, probably goes without saying, I've probably preached this enough, the Stay Wet palette, no matter where you live, in a dry or wet climate, a Stay Wet palette is your friend. That paint that I made today, that pretty Van Gogh palette, will stay wet and workable in my palette for 3 to 4 weeks. So don't ever think, I'm asking you to color mix. What do I do with the extra paint? You put it in the Stay Wet palette, and your next project you use it. And your next project is going to be your best because you didn't mix that paint for it. You're just using it willy-nilly, and you know you're using it up, and it will just be dynamic. All right, so I want to just go back to, and this is, I've got paint everywhere. This is my sets of pastels. They're in these little drawers. I've done my best to color code, you know what I'm saying, organize them. These are oil pastels, so we don't want those. We only want soft pastels. Oil pastels are a little bit dull on acrylic paint, so I don't want that. All right, so why am I bringing this up? I'm thinking I can amplify areas that I've already done a decent job on painting, but I'm going to amplify them. So the easiest, probably safest spot for me to start, I maybe should go a little closer for you, is the flowers on her head, right? They're pink. I understand pink. I'll find a pink in here. I'm going to find a dark. I don't know what brand. Don't ask me what brand. I have a million different brands and a million different colors in here. And I'm just going to go and add a little bit more texture. Just a scribble. It's just a, see how all of a sudden that added something? Just a little scribble. And then I can go lighter because I'm still working in value. Value is so important to what we do. Let's get a... I need to find a pinky-er color. I don't know if this is the color I want, but that's okay too, because, ooh, yes, yes. Save me, sister.
So you'll spray a fixative on after?
Yes, but I'll spray it from far away so it won't be anything that will dilute it. When you put pastel on, you should always spray a fixative, but you also need to know any type of fixative is trying to make a powder a solid. And it does kind of take some of it away if you spray it too close. So, oh, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
That's awesome.
Yes. Oh, I don't like that one. But no problem. I can just do this. Yes, 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 yes. I kind of like that in there anyway. Amplifying. All right, and then I can even do it on the white. You might say, but why would you do that on the white? Well, why not? If I can amplify some of that white area, especially if you got some contaminated color, kind of make those. I could use yellow, can make them bigger, bolder, can fill in some spaces if I left some. Try a little bit of a ooh, maybe that stem. Oh, I bet you I can find a color that looks like that stem color. Oh, say it ain't so. I don't know what this is going to do, but I feel like it might be fun. This is like a weird green. I don't even know if it's a green. I kind of like what it did. All right, I'm going to go in with a dark green because we've got that green background. I'm using what is there to give me the information about where to go. I have no idea what color this is. I know you're going to ask. I don't know. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. See how exciting that is? Just adding another bit of media in there. Oh, yes. Sing it, sister. Look at that framed her neck in there now. I took her earring out, but you know what? I think I have gold pastels. Please say I have a gold pastel. That might be fun. Oh, I have a gold oil pastel. Didn't I just say not to use oil pastels? Ooh, what color is that? Do you see that? Ooh, I don't know if that's gold, but that's pretty. Is that gold? What color is that? That looks goldy. Oh, yes. Mama, take me home. Country road. To the place I belong. You want to sing it? West Virginia.
You talking about to me?
Yeah.
I love that song. Who doesn't?
Who doesn't? Is anybody saying anything? Or are they just like scared?
Well, I asked Stacy. Stacy needs that open medium in Arizona.
Yes, yes she does.
And I was like, oh, I love Arizona. And she lives in a suburb of Phoenix.
Wasn't
But
I?
it's hot there in the summer.
Yeah, that's what they
But
say.
it's a dry heat, right?
Heat is heat. I'm sorry, I can't close my drawer because I didn't organize well and I'm having trouble getting my colors out. God damn it. Did you have anybody saying any like specifics that they were like, Donna, if you don't teach me this, I will certainly die?
No, but what do you want to do? So we have like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I can do.
mean, or we can keep going.
Well, I was kind of wondering about like what anybody specifically might want if they were hoping to come here and get. Oh God, I love that. Oh, let me look at that. They were hoping to get something specific or not. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Do you see that? I'm having a moment, people. Oh, yes.
You're getting too much
Yes.
joy out of this.
Make a mama happy. Okay, I'm done touching now. All right, so that was some soft pastels, a little oil pastel, even though I told you not to use the oil pastel that we did. I just love how that amplifies. So when I use soft pastel, I don't really go into a piece thinking this whole piece is going to be made with a soft pastel. I use it as an amplification of what I have already there in acrylic. I really didn't want to go into her face. Could I? Could I have gone into her eyes? Could I have gone into her brows? I could have, but I really liked the background kind of popping and having a play on the vibration of her too. I will say the hair looks so much better. I'm going to put that up there. It almost looks like braids, and that's what I was having the little orgasmic moment for her. Do you see how the braids kind of shaped up by using the pastel? Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
What did you just use on the braids?
I just use a soft pastel.
Yeah, but what color?
Yes. It was pastel, so I don't know what the colors they are. Brown, soft brown, light brown.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 4,000 different brands of pastels in there. I wouldn't even know to tell you. Lighter brown. What?
Valerie says, I got more than I ever imagined.
Yay!
Grateful.
All right, so we do have like 45 minutes left, and I've got plenty of pieces. I could start talking about how I would start an abstract, if anybody wants that. I wonder if I should do a big one, or I'll just do an 11 by 14. They probably don't have much more time than that. And I want to talk seriously about, and I have all the colors made, so I don't even need to make new colors to make myself a pretty awesome abstract. So let's just talk really quick about what is abstract. And this is my point of view, so it's not, don't take it for law. Please don't say Donna Downey told me this and it must be true. But I believe, I still would never teach abstracts. I could never teach a class on abstracts. I will talk to you about abstracts, but I can't teach it. And here's the reason why. Kelly, go ahead.
What about an abstract figure? Can we go with that? Because then we're killing two birds with one stone. And we'll make everyone happy.
Is that what they're saying?
Well, her hippie soul just said abstract figure, question mark. I think you can do an abstract with an abstract figure. I think you can do it, Donna.
All right. It's going to be a tougher tall order because I don't have anything to look at. And it's hard for me to paint figures, but without looking at something.
So there's oil pastel and chalk pastel and soft pastel, and you're saying don't use oil, but use chalk on acrylic.
So you can use oil pastel on acrylic. Absolutely, 100%. My nose is so red because I just blew my nose. But I find that oil pastel reads really dull on an acrylic painting. And you can see, now maybe that's good in some ways, but I find that the soft pastel reads airier, lighter, more complementary, more texturally, than the oil pastel looks like a stain. Is it just me?
I would agree. I think if you're using the acrylic as like the mapping or just layering to build some sort of composition, then you can go for the oil pastel, and then you gradually move that in that direction. but they don't balance each other.
It's like oil paint. So basically, if you want to underpaint or under sketch, you can use an oil pastel if you're painting in oil because they're the same media. They're based in oil. But you've got an oil and a water-based product, and it does that. It's not that you can't use it, but and as soon as I tell you you can't, you're going to find that there's 50,000 reasons why you can. But personally, I just don't like the juxtaposition of the dull oily color against the plastic shiny color. That's probably the best way to do it.
So let's just start off with an abstract and then we'll put a figure.
That's not how I work. But thank you. I'm going to try with a figure and see if I can't abstract it and work with that. Let's see if I can't. So I'm going to paint sketch. And I don't like to draw, and I'm not a very good drawer. So this might be comic relief for the masses. So figure-wise, what do I want? So a lot of times I will just start with a general movement. How do I want this figure moving? So a lot of times I'll start with like, this is like the angle of the shoulders. I know that sounds weird. I don't know if she's going to be leaning. Apparently she is. They're always she's. So this is my abstracted figure. She's going to definitely be falling off this
I
piece.
think you should do a quick abstract figure and then do an abstract.
And turn her into an abstract.
Ooh, yeah, do that. That'd be fun.
So, you know, and this is the reason why I was hesitant. There's a lot that goes into a figure mathematically that isn't easily explained in 45 minutes. I teach a 3-day workshop working on the figure. So that's why I said it's hard to teach you without something for you to look at as well so that you're understanding. I mean, we generally understand where our boobs are and where our vaginas are. I guess we don't need too much knowledge, right? That is an ugly ass figure. But all right, so why did I make her sitting? Do you want to know why? Because I found out as I was painting her figure that clearly I made her too big for the surface area that I was painting. So she had to be sitting with her ass on a stool, you know, right here. Because she's sitting for you as a model. And her name is Chloe. And Chloe likes long walks on the beach and apple martinis. That was funny to you?
Yeah, it's my favorite thing.
An apple martini?
I love a good apple martini.
All right, so we're abstracting, right? So we've got this loose figure. Please do not judge me on this figure that I just whipped up here in a couple minutes because this is not my best work. But hey, you called me and I'll see what I can do on that. So we need some boobage, we need some wastage. This was her vaginal cavity. Clearly you're like, oh my God, she just said that. It's okay, Kelly. I don't know where her arms are going. Clearly she's clutching her ass and her thigh. Something is happening here. All right, shadow and light. That's what we were talking about. Light's going to be coming from the right. How do I know that? Because I've just decided right now. So we're going to make her dark over here. We're going to try to make her dimensional. She's going to be dark on the back side. Funny, I'm painting her backside. Remember when we talked about winging this, Kelly?
When we what?
When we talked about winging it? Yeah, we'll just wing it. That's what's happening right now.
What happens if someone approaches you?
In general, what happens when someone approaches you?
And they love to paint abstractly and they want you to mentor them.
Yeah?
how do you go about that?
Well, I think that you have to listen to what this person is asking. And then art, just because it's not my specific style, doesn't mean that there aren't rules that hold true. And there aren't things that you develop as an artist to make you a better artist. So even though my personal go-to is not just abstract art, and I was talking about that being abstract being something that is felt, not painted. It is the lack of emotional words to communicate is where I feel abstract falls into. And so you hone that in. You ask the student, you ask the person to give you more information so that you can help them figure that out. That was a very loaded question, I feel.
You say that, but I have seen you make very powerful abstract paintings.
And you know, Kelly was my mentee. So she paints abstract. So were you asking, like, what did you not teach me, Donna?
No, because I don't really consider myself an abstract artist anymore.
You don't? What do you consider yourself? We're not answering that question.
Hold on.
Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Kelly's got.
Question by Carrie. I won one of the paintings in the auction. When will the invoices arrive?
You should have got one already. Depends what painting. Some of them had reserves that weren't met.
Okay. So if a reserve wasn't met, is it up?
I'm going to repost them.
You're going to repost it. Okay.
Was that the question?
Yep. But if she won it, then.
If she won it, then she should have already gotten an invoice automatically. The system, although it's new, and so don't quote me because I've never done the auction stuff before. It should have automatically invoiced her.
How are you getting that?
Because people paid already.
Yeah. How are you getting that blending look, Donna?
Working wet in wet. So my paint is still very, very wet. And I'm working quickly. And that's another thing that I think, because I felt that acrylic dried so quickly that I had to work much quicker to get it to do what I wanted it to do. Is this answering the abstract figurative people's needs?
Yeah, but then you're going to turn it into an abstract.
I don't know.
Because there's half people want abstract, half people want abstract figurative. Ellen loves winging it. She's making a hot mess right now. She's using the catalyst tools over a textured surface without adding heavy gel. It's hard. But she's having fun. And honestly, I think that's the only thing that matters.
It's true.
That's the only thing that matters.
And do you really think that Ellen doesn't ever have fun anytime? I mean, Ellen lives a fun life. She's a fun time at a party. I know that Brentwood and I look at her photos dressed up as mermaids and stuff going to events, and we are so happy to see that. We laugh so loud.
Well, I find that Ellen is just always finds the good in a situation and just goes with it.
She sent me masks that had lips on them.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you, Ellen.
And yes, Stacy, this is still acrylic. We're only doing acrylic today.
Only doing acrylic.
And by the looks of it, that looks like me naked.
That's pretty thin. I could only hope to be that thin.
I don't think so. I feel like that's my midsection.
Oh my God, that's a nice midsection. I'm making a hot mess of a face, so let's just do that. You gotta have a little bump in your midsection.
Me?
What do you think you are?
Huh?
Tom Brady's wife? What's her name?
No,
Giselle?
okay, I'm looking at this on the screen. Let me look at it in real time.
Yeah, that's a pear-shaped person.
Yeah, but you gotta have a little bit of that.
Yeah.
You've had 2 babies.
Hmm.
And maybe you're a little Kardashian in the back. They'll give you.
No,
you know
I
you're
have
not Kardashian.
a very flat behind.
Let's
that
give
was,
you some of
I'm
that.
so flat. That's what they call me in college.
Flat ass.
Yeah.
Well, could be worse. What's the word? Are there any words?
Not yet.
There's no words.
Carrie says thank you.
Okay. Let's give her some dreads. That's what I like to do now. I like to give them dreads. I like to give them ears. I
I
forgot.
think you should do this real fast, and then you'll have time to do an abstract, and everyone's happy. And I can't leave here without everyone being happy because I'm a 2.
Okay.
I have to sit over here because I had to plug in my computer.
All right. As far as people's need for figure in general, does this suffice something? So I'm going to edit. Are you slacking over there, Kelly?
Have you ever known me to slack? Are you serious?
Well, I haven't. I'm not hearing anything,
Um,
and I feel like you would be saying,
yeah. So,
"Damn it, Donna! I said no more people." Oh, I jacked that arm up. Oh, I said jacked up arm. This is what you do when you jack up an arm. You just fade it off in there.
Her hippie soul, which I love that name by the way. My daughter came in, dang it. She looks so good already. I do like the green.
You like green though, don't you? You don't like to
Green
work
makes-
with it, but
Green makes me happy. I don't use it in my own work, but I love it in others.
I would like you to notice when you don't like something, you just get rid of it. That's kind of the lay of the land, especially in an abstract piece, especially in expressionistic pieces. You know, if I didn't like that arm, I can kind of paint over it and make it sketchy and not need it there.
Stacy says, yes, thank you. Seeing this helped me see something I didn't do quite right on a quick figure study I did. And I love that she does figure studies because Stacy, those are important.
And Kelly feels strongly.
I do. And Jeannie says, shoot, did I miss the answer to whether soft pastel means chalk pastel? They're basically the same, are they not?
Yeah, I think probably one's more craft grade versus artist grade.
Yeah,
But yes.
That's a great answer. So I'm going to give you about 30 more seconds, and then I'm going to challenge you to do a quick abstract.
Okay.
Okay?
All of a sudden, this got worse with Kelly as the moderator.
Yeah. You need me to keep you on task.
Okay. Can I finish just doing the
Perhaps.
stool?
Valerie, you're giving me the courage to start without a background base color, as I normally do. And then edit with the background.
Well, the background is just as important as the foreground. So
Yeah.
I'm going to say that again.
That's actually a really good figure.
Why gotta be so surprised, Kelly? Paint a figure, she said. Just do it, damn it. They want it.
I'm over here on the other side because my computer's about to die. Lovely.
All right, so, but she doesn't have any nipples. Feel like she's gonna.
Does she need to? It's
I-
just abstract.
Everybody needs a nipple.
Do they?
Yeah, there you go. Now she's. See, and once you give them nipples, then Instagram won't post them. So, look, she's got little. She's totally bushy, and she's got nipples. Or a set of testicles. I think I might have went rogue there. I might have given her a set of testicles. All right, so abstracted figure.
Bravo.
Okay.
I love it. You make it so easy, Pearl says.
Well, Pearl, I do it for you.
All right, I would like to see an abstract with that Van Gogh palette.
You know, I don't paint abstracts very often, and I do refer to abstracts as emotional responses to things you do not have the words to express. So I will say that more likely than not, the answer will be an abstract when I'm sad.
Yeah.
Or when I'm going through something that painting a flower just feels wrong because whatever the something is, it is not floral. So abstract for me is cheaper than therapy. If that makes sense.
Just one word in response. Can I just say one word? COVID. And then Jeannie says, when creating a textured piece and later you want to add a detailed element, like a bird for instance, how do you deal with the leaf shapes, let's say, that now is making the bird all bumpy in a bad way?
Probably do more pre-planning for something like that than I do not. It would make more sense for me to know I'm painting a person holding a bird, let's say, than to throw a bird in on it after. That said, the counter would be to make the bird thicker so that it will eat the thickness underneath and be its own thing, if that makes sense. The other thing would be to sand. You can also sand the area down so the texture goes away, which will allow you to put more detail work into it. But I guess that's my only two. It is a tough, it's a sticky wicket, that little, when you have a lot of texture and you're trying to put detail work in. So there's not a real good answer. It's just find the way that allows you to modify to get around it. But sanding would probably be my go-to. I would take out the whole electric sander if I needed to in an area, depending on how big it is.
Well, and Lynn says, I can hear how your brushes take a beating. I think Chloe is holding onto the stool, not her butt.
She might be.
The stool might be uncomfortable.
It does look like it's uncomfortable. Well, it is. She's like rubbing her butt like, hey, I've been sitting here way too long.
On a tack.
On a tack? No, that hurts my head thinking about that at my butt.
All right.
All right.
So here's your abstract, no pressure. And to make you feel more comfortable, I'm going to use the bathroom and then come back.
Great.
So you can start.
Great.
So you can start it without any pressure on you.
All right. Then I'm just going to go. You go do your business. All right. So a couple things I want to talk about abstract before I start. So again, I think abstract is a direct, like, why do I choose to paint abstract when I do? It's because I have something going on. And that's the easiest answer. I can't paint a figure. I can't paint a flower. None of those things express what I'm feeling when I'm struggling to find the words to go through something. So abstract to me is not something that I believe can be taught just like sitting there from me. Like, all right, I should say, I cannot effectively teach abstract as a general being because I feel that I don't actually own abstract. It kind of owns me, meaning when I feel it, it just comes out. But there are a couple things that when I do go to abstract that I do every time. And one of them is still starting with that same idea of dark colors first and they get lighter. I'm also going to talk just really quickly about the fact that I love white. For the past 3 years, white backgrounds, bold pops of white have been entering into my work. And that white, for me, emotionally, is a response to feeling free. Going through a divorce, the freedom, air is clean. I get to make my own decisions. It's a new everything. A new feels shiny and clean. And so a lot of times my abstracts are these collections of color surrounded by white. Because no matter what the color is, no matter what I'm going through, there's this new possibility. And so when you look at my abstracts, and you see them as colors and white backgrounds, that's really what you're looking at. I'm gonna grab this piece here because it happens to be right next to me and it's basically the same size and it's within reach. But this is what I'm talking about when I say, you know, pops of color and surrounded by white. So I start with a color palette and then I start working in other colors in clusters and then add the white around it. I even love this area that's kind of diffused in white and color, the transition there. So for me, that's how abstracts start, that's how they work, and that's where they go. That's their start to finish. Dark colors leading them into lighter colors surrounded by white. And I don't know if that raises any comments, but
I have a good question.
you do?
Yeah, well, Stacy does. Jeannie says, good, cool, good advice. Stacy said, what's your favorite size surface to work on, Donna? Do you like canvas better than paper?
I like canvas better than paper. My smallest canvas that I feel comfortable working on is 16 by 20. That's my go-to for general stuff. I really like working on 30 by 40. That's my favorite size. And I prefer working on canvas when I'm doing a project or a series of artwork. However, if I'm just hacking around and playing and trying to find the juju, that I work on paper. So, and it also depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes it makes more sense for classes. Sometimes it makes more sense for what we're doing. I do a mixed media, abstract figurative online course that I've done with Zoom, and I work on paper because I use a brayer, and brayers work a lot better on paper than they work on a stretched canvas. So sometimes it just matters on, it depends on what we're doing. But for using the brayer and getting those great blends in that abstract figurative class is what I use the paper for. So that was a great question. I think I just go to canvas because it's easier for me. All right. So this is the palette Kelly has challenged me to work from. So this is where I'm going. Sometimes people gesso their background too when they're working on an abstract because they like that blendability. I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to go with the darkest color. I like thirds. You'll see me always making a heavier third on the right side. I don't know why. Actually, I'll use this for now. And I kind of map it in. I find blue to be very healing. That's so weird, right? I find it to be just healing. I don't want a black hole in my life, but a blue hole kind of feels like I can deal with it. So I'm just kind of mapping some threes, good numbers. I'll work in values, so now I'll just kind of come in, kind of feel that out. This might change, being acrylic, it's kind of nice to work in acrylic for abstracts because you can keep layering and layering. Jesse Reno, if you don't know who Jesse Reno is, he's one of my favorite humans in the whole world, but he also is an amazing folk art, abstract artist. And I don't necessarily always love the subject matter of his work. It's very dark. However, his process is something to be schooled from. It's just so healthy. That's the best way I can explain it.
What a good way to describe
It's
it.
healthy. And I'm just, again, working in value. I'm working in blue. That was the first color I picked up. I'm working in value on here. It's kind of how I start. I wish I could tell you, and I hope maybe they ask questions, because I wish I can say there's a reason. It's just emotionally driven. And I do like the rule of thirds. So that's the reason for threes. You know, it'll keep me from rocking in the corner.
Lynn has a really great question. How does your mixed media background influence your fine art?
It has given me a wealth of knowledge about product mixing, about product usage, about layering that I would have never had otherwise. So even going back to scrapbooking, giving me information about typesetting and kerning and knowing how to use fonts and stuff like that. So it does show its head in composition and just knowing when something could be added. So if you have that idea of like, do you think this would work? I feel like I know the answer now a little bit better because I understand more media than the average bear.
You use Prussian blue and
This was Prussian blue, pure Prussian blue, the dark. And then this is the light ultramarine blue, which is that periwinkle. And then this is the teal with the Prussian blue. And then all of these lighter colors have white kind of mixed in with them. Is anybody like freaking out over like what I'm doing? Like, why are you doing that? Because I don't really know. It just happens. And this is that ugly green that we made, baby poop green. You'll see I'm conscious kind of where colors go. Like I'm not putting red on top of blue. I'm not putting, green on top of blue. I'm a little working my way around the value scale. So I'll put green in between blue and yellow, if that makes sense. And again, I always feel bad when I teach or when somebody asks me to teach and talk about abstract because it's not really I think it's not my strength. Putting some green. Could have just jacked it up there, I don't know. Ooh, a little gray. I've got this teal here too. That might be fun. I need 3. My God, I can't stop at 2. Light green.
oh, this is a great question.
Okay.
Marcella has. I'm not sure if Donna said it yet, but can I use kitchen spatulas in place of catalyst brushes and squishies? Will they work?
I have never used that, but I can't imagine why it wouldn't work.
I say go for it.
I think a lot of those tools are modeled after kitchen gadgets.
Yeah, they sell the catalyst wedge at Michael's for the cake decorating.
Do they really?
Yeah. Yeah. That's like a cake decorating tool. It's the same thing. So absolutely. Use whatever you have. Credit cards.
Oh,
Old
key
ones.
cards, yeah. Old ones.
Old ones. Key cards, anything can be used as a tool. And in fact, the weirder the better. Sticks.
I can't vouch for how to wield it. I think that even the catalyst wedge needs to be put in the right hand to wield it the way it needs to be wielded, for it to work for each person. But that said, I definitely think that finding the tools is half the battle.
Yeah. Well, Kirsten said that a local instructor recommended buying kitchen spatulas at the dollar store. So yeah, whatever works for you.
So this is my hot mess of color. And now I'm going to edit with a palette knife and super heavy gesso.
Her hippie soul says the blue on the left is a heart. I see it. And Stacy Erickson says, I use Messermeister bowl scraper. Yeah, same thing.
I don't know what that is because I don't cook, but I just put some super heavy gesso that I contaminated here. And now I'm going to come in and edit.
And Kirsten said that she tried them and the head fell off, but they worked. Yeah, so whatever works. Right, Donna?
Whatever works. So I've been wiping it on my pants, but now I have too much paint. So I'm just going to wipe it off as I go. And I'm editing. So I'm editing, I'm pushing and pulling it back. Using that white space as clarity. There's a lot of symbolism in abstract art. And it's your job as the artist to make it make sense. So that's why I think abstract is the most difficult art to do, because it is so emotionally driven, but it also has to have a reason. It just can't be. And I know that sounds bad. And I'm sure, and I have made things that have just worked, and they just were. But in general, abstract pieces are more effective if they have some type of meaning, purpose, story, narrative. Would you agree, Kelly? Because Kelly does more abstract, so I really probably should just defer to her.
Yeah, it's very emotional, and I feel like if you can articulate that in the paint, then.
And you use a lot of palette knives yourself when you do your work.
Right, and
Ooh, look at that mark.
that's awesome.
Yeah, that one we just keep.
But one of my favorite artists is a man by the name of Brian Rutenberg, and he's written this amazing book. I'll drop the link in. But
Did you get his new one?
no, not yet. One of his most famous quotes is, "If it looks good, it is good."
Mm-hmm.
And I think that just sums it up.
Whatever's happening here is making me really excited. The smudge of color. But again, the white for me is not just a background. The white for me is actually the story I have to tell. It's how much space, it's how much freedom. It's in a lot of ways, it's even joy. It gives me joy to get to the point to shape up the color in the white space. I'm also going to say, I don't know what time it is. We're like running out of minutes. but
4:53.
It would take me longer to do an abstract painting than it would Frida Kahlo, because it is not necessarily the voice that I'm comfortable with. I find that abstract comes out of a very uncomfortable place for me. I don't like to acknowledge it.
Marcella says, "Thank you. We were learning a lot, and I love Donna's generosity and spontaneity. And I think we all do, Donna."
Oh, that was sweet. Thank you. What was that sigh?
No one can open my links.
No. I feel like there is not enough dark. So I am moving some more dark, and I want to put, if I can, a color on this body. Come on. I feel like it's too ethereal, so I think I want maybe this color, just kind of, that's not the where I want it, but maybe it's okay there. Maybe it just needs more white. Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes. And so this editing process back and forth with the white really becomes the abstractedness in the piece for me.
Susan Gottschalk, in using a glass palette and preserving the paint in a Masterson Stay Wet palette,
Yes.
do you put the glass palette inside the Stay Wet? Do you add a moisture source or simply seal it in?
I put the glass palette. If I'm working on a glass palette, I put the whole palette inside the Stay Wet.
All right, say that again.
I will put the entire, like if I'm working in acrylic and I've been working for the last couple days and I'm trying to do something, I will just put the glass palette of acrylic overnight into the Stay Wet.
Yeah, that works.
I feel like this really, really could benefit from a pop of another color. Like a red or a pink. It's just so, it's so Van Gogh. I'm gonna take a little bit of the yellow and I'm gonna put it where the yellow is.
Stacy's loving it. Jeannie says, my husband cut maybe 100 various wood canvases. So what advice do you have about working on wood? Ooh, pre-coats, finishing, sanding, other stuff.
I really just gesso. I wouldn't even sand. I wouldn't spend the time sanding. But I would gesso it and work on that just like it was a regular canvas. It wouldn't really change the way I work at all. I picked up the pink. Not sure where to put it, but I just feel like it needed something.
Oh my gosh, it's 10-10-20, according to Lynn Hamilton. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, it's 10-10-20. That's why I scheduled it today.
We should go play the lottery.
On 10-10-20?
Yeah,
You think that's lottery worthy?
yeah.
Okay. You heard it here first, folks. Shall I try to put that red in? Just a little bit. Ooh, that made like 3 dots and I like it. Okay, I like the way that's shaping up with that pink in there. I do. Very much so. I'm gonna get some more pink.
Yeah, Donna likes numbers.
I do.
She's
Why?
a
Is
numbers
something
fan.
happening with numbers?
Well, 10-10-20.
I do like numbers. Yeah, I was very cognizant of that when I made the date. I just liked 10-10-20. It's like 20-20 twice. Who doesn't need a little bit more of that?
Well, personally, I've had enough of 2020.
You've had enough.
I'm ready for it to be over.
So
Ooh, I
this
love the
is
pink.
kind of where I go with my abstract. I don't know, they always kind of look like clusters, but I think it's important to me when I work on an abstract that I'm expressive. So I try not to judge myself. I try not to overthink what I'm doing. I try to just let it go. And typically, this is going to sound horrible. I know it's done when I stop crying.
Oh my gosh, her hippie soul. Today is my parents' 62nd anniversary.
Oh, wow.
62 years.
Wow. Congratulations. I know I didn't make it that far.
That is amazing.
So just in talking really quick, separation, as I'm separating these bits, does that mean something? Kind of. It does mean something. I don't know. I don't know what it means. I'm just, as I'm doing it, I'm thinking, I'm processing what it is that means to me to put that mark there.
I think it's done.
I think it's done. And I have to show the texture because it's just
Yeah, it's thick.
so pretty and thick. So I use the Catalyst Wedge, and I'll bring this to you. This It's my favorite way to paint. It's like icing a cake. So I don't know if you can see it that way, but I'm gonna, oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Can you see the colors, the texture? It almost looks like it's faceted in a lot of ways. So it's not different from what we did today, really. It's just another way to process color. See, I love where those blends of colors kind of mix over there. I just love that. But super textural. And I love, we didn't talk about it much today, but it is worthy of saying, you really do need those dark darks in comparison to your light lights when you're working. It helps to create drama. It pulls, like the eye searches for the darkest color, and that's what pulls you in. I actually like it in this orientation too. Put it upside down. Anyway, did I have any questions about the abstract or?
They're loving the texture.
I'm gonna finish it. I forgot. There's a little spot up there.
Kirsten's gonna use a catalyst and some thickener of the painting she's working on. It's amazing. It just another painting that makes me happy.
So I guess the $1 million question today will be, did you enjoy the live stream today? Is this something you would like to see continue? Is this something that you think you appreciated taking part of, or was it overwhelming?
Yeah, so let us know. In the meantime, she's going to answer Jeannie's question. Is there a limit to how heavy a piece should not be? I painted a very large piece on wood that was part of a structure and feel like people might not want to purchase such a heavy thing. Is that an issue?
I guess it would depend on where you're selling it. I don't think it's an issue. I think there's a lot of people that buy really crazy things to mount on their wood. Do you remember, was it The Breakup? Did you see that movie with Vince Vaughn? And she was a art person, and she had this huge piece of wood that they had bolted to the wall, and it was supposed to be like, I would totally do that. So I don't think, I've had some really heavy oil paintings. It does suck to ship a heavy painting, but as far as being too heavy, no, I say don't curb your creativity. Don't give your creativity weight limits, nor your body.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Good.
That's
good
my answer to that.
This was very fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Donna and Kelly. It's been great. It's been a lovely 5 hours. Thanks a bunch. I need more of these events, please.
I'll do it.
Thank you so much for sharing your talent and wisdom.
Well, I really enjoy, I mean, and all I said that, I made 2.5 paintings. So I really enjoyed doing this. I really love doing Frida with you. I think that she's recognizable. And if I can teach you through someone that you recognize, I think that's also really valuable as well. And if you have questions after this, feel free to reach out to me at any time, Donna@DonnaDowney.com, or you can call the studio line. But I really like this format, and I'm so glad that you guys got a chance to take part in it and ask questions and challenge me, which is kind of fun too. So love you guys.
Yeah.
And so this should be recorded because I started recording it, and I hope it does record. So once we go off air, it should be available for you through that link. All right, guys, if there are any other questions before I sign off? All right. I love you guys. Thanks so much. Have a great rest of your weekend.